Is the last button? I think it is the last button. Let me head on to the dashboard so I know that it's working. All right, great, great, great. And I'm not streaming the wrong thing even, I'm just streaming the nothing. All right. All right. We is getting there, right? Is the YouTubes is also going. We're going strong, we're going live, we are alive. We're 2 minutes overtime, which, you know, that just happens. One would think that perhaps I would actually be on time now because the what I've been watching, you know, the what is it called again? It was this YouTube show that I really like called Jetlag. Jetlag, the game, in fact. And I should probably also make sure I can actually see chat. If I move this here so it's not docked. Oh, easier to read. I love when it's easier to read. And if I make this guy, this... Oh, it's because this is also stream chat. Oh, why do I have two of those? Let's just put both of these here, and now I can also see my screen on the secondary, and it's beautiful. And you know what I forgot doing? That's right. That is okay. Terminal npx serve. Bam. And if we then head on up to, and then we refresh this, and it's reading. We have the chat. It's active. Beautiful, beautiful. I shall witness the... Oh, my one true love, Carsten, the third of England. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, as I was saying, 2 minutes late, absolutely horrendous stuff. One would think that I could be on time because Jetlag the game recently finished its new season, and they upload on Wednesdays. So what was I doing? I was eating, mainly. And I've been watching okay, so, you know, a sort of guilty pleasure of mine is watching, what's it called? It's called The Devil's Due, which is a series on YouTube. It's literally just a Let's Plays on Dungeons and Dragons. And I like watching people play Dungeons and Dragons sometimes. Not that I like Dungeons and Dragons as a system. I think it's a kind of doo-doo system. However, I do like when... Sorry, my brain just absolutely farted. It's I don't know, it's just people hanging out, cracking jokes, and having a good time together. It's kind of just, it is slog material, just like what is it called again? Regular, like it's content. There's no like true artistic intention or anything behind it. Yeah, so I was watching another thing called Vanvittig Verdenshistorie. It's a Danish podcast about like random history stuff, random happenings. I do like those. It's two journalists who have like, instead of doing, you know, water, instead of doing anything like they're doing history instead of current day stuff. Dang, he speak. They weren't all that big, I'm pretty... no, they definitely weren't. Why is Hakuro so big? Alright. Wait, maybe he is. When I awoke this morning, I thought he ain't dead, and then he lived, and now he's here. What a wonderful day. Thank you, writer. Whoever wrote that needs a raise. Oh, there she is. Yeah, so they're just writing some... He's built different, quite literally. He has a different model, or at least it's scaled. And you know what? Is it just me, or is it a little laggy? You know what? I'm just going to assume that it's not laggy and it's all in my head. Yeah. It's just some... Well, it's just some slop that I'm watching. But the vanvittig verdenshistorie is actually like... it's actually nice. Nice quality stuff where I get some wacky little history fun facts every once in a while. Like, okay, so this one is fairly well known, but there was something called the Dancing Plague that hit a town in the, I think, 1700s. So it's fairly well documented. So like late Middle Ages, and in that case, people in this random French village, they just danced. And then they danced, and then a lot of them died because they just kept dancing for multiple days. And there's no real explanation as to why this happened. And the only, like, somewhat explanation or guess as to what has happened is that someone had spilled a boatload of cocaine into the well. And that's why people just dance forever. See, these are the kind of fun fact, small stories that I learn, and then when I'm on stream, I just completely forget all of them. So, something I have been thinking about also is Final Fantasy XIV, the general storylines, because I've been thinking that it seems like this general storyline, I've played it before, right? Because in the first expansion, the first thing you had to do was like get the group together, right? And by getting the group together, I mean there's something called the Science of the Seventh Dawn. That's where all of the... I'm sure it looks fine to you, because it looks really strange to me sometimes when I look over onto the other screen. Well, I'm just gonna assume that it's fine. The only other thing I could do is, I suppose, close the billion tabs that I have open. But I'd never do that. I love my tabs too much. And I will never get rid of them. Oh, what was I talking about? Yeah, so in Final Fantasy, in the original, you get the Science of the Seventh Dawn together, so... Emotional support tabs, I can't live without them. They basically live here, but back in the original, they lived Camp Bluefong. Damn, it's so far away. Hold on, Western Thunderland. They were like here in the footfalls. This place, Vesper Bay. That's where they were. And a lot of the first expansion was getting the gang back together again, because you just lost them. Spoiler alert. You lost them at the end of the first expansion, and then the next expansion is like go to the Spire and to Dravania and the Dragon Place, and then you like gather them all up again, and you get a new ally. You get like a new city-state in, and then the next portion of Final Fantasy XIV was getting all of these city-states that are here into the La Nocia, Thunderland, and Black Shroud. Like, all of those city-states forge an alliance. And then the expansion I just played was Gearbania, Othard. Sorry, not Othard specifically. Like this place, the Asim Steppe, which is Mongolia, and then China. And also this place, actually. Ruby Sea, the Pirates, the Confederation, that's how it is. Like, gather all of these city-states into one alliance again. Which is the same, like, get the city-states into an alliance. So I'm getting the idea. I'm having a hypothesis that whoever wrote this story was like, damn, the first time we set this stuff up, we didn't do a proper job. So instead of, reworking it or whatever their goal would be, we're just gonna tell the same storyline, but instead of in one expansion, we're going to use 5 expansions for it. So I'm excited to see if I'm correct. The next one would be Shadowbringers, and the what was the next thing that happened? Hold on, I wrote it down while at work, because instead of doing work, I wrote this down. Hold up. I have it here in my notepad file. Wait, it's right there at the top. Okay, so no, wait, it's not right there at the top. That's something else. Okay, so my guess was there was something about the Ascians and killing the Pantheon. So killing like a bunch of different gods. I think that's what Shadowbringers is going to be about. And then Endwalker, which is the last expansion in this storyline, as far as I've been explained, is like about the Empire. And the Empire is like also the people that we fought in this expansion. But the Empire then get help from the Ascians, who are like these evil people on the moon or something. Also spoilers. And then they give superpowers to the Empire, which I imagine is this place. So that's my guess. That's what I'm thinking the future storylines will be about. But for the next month or so, I'll be playing what's called the patch quests, which is whenever they release a big old storyline, then you know, there's going to be a few years until they can release the next big old storyline. So while they do that, it's so distracting. The flickering. Well, you know, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Yeah. Well, that's a lie. I'm worrying so much about it. I'm worrying way too much about it. Damn, these are large burns in a massive V formation. I haven't actually expanded it. I didn't know the resolution was this good. I love maps. Oh, that's a whale. It's supposed to be in this area. The dragon, and we have Charlian, which I've been spoiled. This is actually a place you can go. And I imagine one would be able to get inside Garlemald, which is like this big empire. Wait, is this Greece? That looks a bit like Greece. Oh well, I guess I'll know one day. And this is the step here. Doma. What was I thinking about? Yeah, so that's my guess for what the next sets of expansions are going to be. Oh yeah, between expansions they make patch content, because instead of making a whole big old thing, they slowly release these smaller storylines in order to keep people invested in the story, I guess. So. Right. Time to crack open the patch quests. And we're in Final Fantasy Stormblood MSQ patch quests. I didn't update the stream title because I'm a professional. Done. Alright. So we got there. We got there in the end. Yeah. That's my general guess. I've been told by Nico, whom have been in the chat every once in a while, that this is the best expansion. Well, after the patch quests. So now is the time where the story gets good. Alright? So the other expansions, they weren't that good. But this expansion, this is gonna be a good expansion. And this time, this time, surely people won't lie. This is a big funny, because every expansion I've entered, I've been told this is when the story gets good. Except for the first expansion. By the first expansion, I mean A Realm Reborn, which is the vanilla game. Everyone broadly agrees that that's a waste of 100 hours. So, well, you know, it is what it is. So let's get cracking. So sometime in June, I guess, is when I'll start that expansion. We did it. We liberated the city. Well, the country. I don't know what to say, I don't even know how to feel about it all. Relief, I suppose, pride, and hope too. We did it, Father, I'm not your dad. Ida, Papalimo, Conrad, Mefrid, Minfilia. We really did it. Ida is her sister. Papalimo is like some loser who died in the patch quest to this expansion. Conrad is like the general before her. Mefrid is like, oh, she was like important for half a quest, I think. And Minfilia is the old leader of the seven scions, of the seventh dawn of the scions. Hey, don't feel like you have to stand there here, listen to me mumble. Everyone else will want to thank you. You beat him after all. You're the real hero of this story. So run along and take your plaudits. Damn, I'm really made to feel like... what's it? No, wait, what is his name again? Lubu, that's the guy. Lubu is like he was like a really talented fighter champion in the War of the Three Kingdoms in Chinese mythology. But he wasn't a general, right? He was just some guy who fought on some different sides, and whatever side he fought on, he was just so good that he always won. A strange character, because usually those sorts of stories are reserved for myth, like Hercules. No, what's his name? The Achilles from the not the Odyssey, the previous one, not the Aeneid, the previous one, the Iliad. The Iliad. He was the Greek fighter who was so good at fighting that he could never lose because he was dipped in the immortality bullshit thing. But his mom was like, she had to hold him in the ankles. So when she dipped him and pulled him out, then of course his ankles didn't get wet. So that's why it's called the Achilles heel, because he died because he got an arrow through the heel. Bam. Mythology. And also like loopholes. I love stupid loopholes like that. And by love I mean, God, I hate it. It's like it feels like if that sort of story happened today, it would feel like such a massive cop-out. It's kind of like the in the Lord of the Rings where Eowyn takes off her helmet and she's like, I am no man, and then bam, and then she stabs the Nazgul. That's not what happened in the books, by the by. Not saying that I'm hating on the scene, it's pretty cool, but it does feel like a stupid loophole. It's like the Nazgul, the Witch King, should have been like, well, technically, you know, that's not what I meant. The prophecy is supposed to mean man as a whole, you know. That's why in the story, well, in the books, as far as I remember, which, you know, I really don't, it was because Mary stabbed him in the back. That's what felled him, right? And Mary is not man, he's hobbit. And that's how he died. No man can kill him, but a hobbit did. And that's the, like, through line of the entire Lord of the Rings. It's that small people do great things, sometimes. For you to best send us, after he had harnessed the power of a primal, is a testament to your ever-growing strength. Yeah, well, I couldn't have killed him if he wasn't a primal. That's kind of the deal. I kill gods. If it's not a god, I can't kill him. Not bitter to have had your vengeance stolen from you by another. There is some small regret, perhaps, but that is outweighed by the satisfaction I find in his death. I commend you, Ivory. As should we all. Xenos was a monster and a tyrant. The man who killed my father and countless others of my countrymen. The world is a better place without him in it. I should also praise Master Alphino for his foresight and restraint. Had he not intervened, I might never have had the pleasure of being reunited with Hakuro and his Lupin brothers. 'Twas a timely intervention, aye. Full glad am I to have burdened with the guilt of killing my Lord Hien's most trusted allies. Ah, indeed, my friend, indeed. Alright. Well, shower me with praise, I suppose. It's that's the part we're at. I just did it for the XP. Wait, weren't they supposed to be? Is it because they're up there? But the marker of this says go up to see them, and it's like it's not up at all. Because yeah, it's just right here. Whoa, calm down, Whisker. All right, Monaco. Can you believe it? We won. We beat the bastard. Can you believe it, guys? Al amigo. Al amigo. Sorry, I got a bit carried away there, didn't I? It's hard not to, you know? We owe it to the friends we buried to shout and scream and cheer with all our hearts. Sorry, I read that completely wrong. I want them to know it wasn't for nothing, that it's finally over, and they can rest in peace. You hear that, lads? We'll be alright. We'll be... Oh, bugger. Not again. I'm so bleeding happy I cry. After all we've been through, I really should know better than to worry. But, as ever, the relief I felt upon finding you, hale and whole in the royal menagerie, well nigh reduced me to tears. The warrior of light, victorious again. I should be surprised if some small part of you had not come to resent the title and the responsibilities which accompany it. You must forgive us if we all call you hero when they accomplish heroic feats. But as the warrior of light goes, so goes the world. You should take pride in the good you have done and in the good you have inspired others to do. You are a natural-born leader of Men Ivory. All these people weren't just following their commanders, they were following you. And you led them to victory, to freedom. Alas, not everyone could see the journey through to its end, but history shall remember them and the glorious future they made possible. I guess they will. Hello, Rauben. The hero of the hour, I suppose, will have to add Liberator to your titles. With their commander fallen, the remainder of the 12th chose to surrender to our forces. And 20 long years, it's official, the occupation has ended. Well, is ended. But now the hard work starts. Though the people have had their fill of kings, there is no clear consensus on what sort of government they will prefer instead. Indeed, Father, momentous as this achievement may be, the road which lies before us is no less uncertain than the one we have walked. Aye, aye. Yet if we can overcome 2 decades of repression, I have no doubt we can find a way forward. Thank you, Lieutenant, for helping to make this dream a reality. They haven't even moved them. Like, all of the guys are still in the same place. This is a terrible general's war. Yeah, so, I suppose the next 2 streams, very likely, is just going to be me running around and making sure the celebrations are going good. But it's just, like, it's the same thing as last time. Well, I've been told patch quests are just kinda this. Finished your rounds? Great. In that case, I'd like you to come with me. Back to Rogerfridge. Not for a rematch or anything, sadly. I want to call all the scions together. I'll explain later. Well, I guess we'll teleport. No traveling today. Oh, it's Mathilde. It's like the chocolate milk. Hey Carsten, can you tell me if it's on sale? Is the Chucky milk on sale? Hmm. Hmm. Awaiting. Looks at chat. No. Ah. Well. It. That is just. So that's awful news. But I guess it means I can keep streaming. I don't know where to begin. Well, with the quest. Bam. Ooh. Cutscene.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we? I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
Y'all? Alright. I get you.
Good. You're all here. Good. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help, because you believed it was right, because you're scions.
I feel like most of the science
Now,
didn't do
I'm
much.
obviously a scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Alamigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Alamigo, I can't be a scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
I mean, that seemed like a pretty obvious development, so don't beat yourself up.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lise. 'Twas but a jest. But this I say with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after. Is that not so? There you have it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need. We shall never refuse you.
Stola. Oh, God. I swore I wouldn't cry.
Dude, the way her fucking ears... Oh, sorry, her eyes. God, that... I just expected like an absolute waterfall to eject at a 90-degree angle from her eyes.
Come back here, you slippery little devil.
No. You cannot be serious.
What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly? A fate worse than death, fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the Kami are not finished. Oh, capricious fortune. How will you test me with this wretched soul?
Oh, what a load of fucking garbage. Oh my god, the storytelling in this game is awful. Just fucking kill them. Just kill a character, please. Oh yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, I'm so mad. No, you can't. They're making it worse by just putting Sid on the screen. I hate this piece of shit. This garbage human being of a character. He's not actually a bad, like, human being. He's just like... It was because he was introduced with an amnesia plotline, and then there was like 10 levels worth of quests being like, this guy, we need to help this guy regain his memory, and it's the worst kind of plotline. It's so bad. I hate him. I hate this. I hate that. God. Ugh. This is indeed the work of either Shinru or Omega. And since there is undeniably something down there radiating a massive amount of energy, which cannot very well be the late Viceroy's lab dragon. Yes, I think we have our suspect. Well, this is a mess of our own making, so it falls to us to clean it up. It won't be easy, but is it ever? There's another thing about this piece of shit. I thought he was like an old man, and his thing was like, I'm an old man with amnesia, and we have to help the old man, like, become himself again. And I was like, oh, that's pretty neat. That's an okay storyline, because, like, old people get amnesia, and that fucking sucks. And they're gonna be like, magic away the amnesia, which is, like, a little, But at least it would be kind of cool, because you'd have, like, an old character be relevant in the storyline. But no, this motherfucker is, like, 27. And he just has white hair and a white beard. Because... Oh, I hate it. Anime as white hair. And now comes the part where you say you've got no choice but to divert company resources and employees to this pet project of yours. He even has a company. Lost profits and belligerent clients be damned. Financial considerations notwithstanding, you have to admit that there is an unquantifiable benefit in giving our people the opportunity to study such advanced technology. Oh? Is that before or after you blow up or seal it away? Fine, fine. But in a moment I judge this little venture is unsustainable risk to the ironworks. I'm ending it. Savvy? Oh, I get... Okay, he has white hair because he's part of the faction that has white hair. Because the humans from the Empire, they can't do magic. Instead, they're slightly taller, and they have white hair. Hello, Adam. I am, as always, complaining. And to keep you honest, using my authority as deputy president, I've gone ahead and brought in a consultant. I hate consultants. God! Just do proper code for once, you goddamn... Consultants write code like it's going out of style. It just has to be like fast, and it has to work immediately, and they do not care about any maintenance, because the more it breaks, the more money they get to get rehired to try and fix it. Oh, consultants. Just, like, hire an in-house team. Apparently, I watched a video from, again, okay. Man's mad at the game for not having the balls to kill a character. Yeah. Lines of code is the best measure. Okay, you know what? There is one kind of job that I wouldn't mind AI replace, and that's the work of consultants. Because they make the same quality of code anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. Yutsuya, and Old Man Henderson. What's his name again? Yeah, I already forgot it. It's the Samurai Rogadan. The one guy was like, damn, this guy's kind of cool. I also hate Sid. Actually, if they had the balls to kill off Sid just off screen, damn, this game would gain like 2 ranks in my arbitrary ranking score. That would be so good. No, fucking, consultants. Something. Oh yeah. I heard a. I expect you to hate that they brought them back. Yeah, you expected right. God, it's so bad. I hate it so much. It's like a children's story. Oh no, these characters are popular. We can't kill them. No, because they're popular, you should kill them. Oh my goodness. So no, I saw a story thing from a person who had worked in a consulting business and in general is fairly knowledgeable. It is the VTuber known as Giga, which maybe one of you know. That would be pretty neat. I quit, but I quite like the developments they make. Well, I don't know anything about the developments. They've literally just introduced them. Or reintroduced them. I think they should just die. Yeah, so I watched a Giga clip, and Giga was like, they had made a product in whatever consulting companies that she worked at, and halfway through the project, they were told, "We are just going to make this in-house now." So we're pulling the plug on this contract, and then we're going to hire some people to make the stuff. And then the consulting company that she worked at was like, all right, fair enough, you're the client, whatever. And then half a year later, they had made a bunch of garbage, so when they came back to the consulting company, they were like, hey, can you please like fix our stuff? And then the consulting company was like, we have to scrap all of this code and then start from fresh. And like, it's such an opposite experience. It's such an upside down world from what I'm used to. Because when you have consultants making stuff, they don't care about the maintenance or the longevity or the development stuff of it. But of course, I haven't looked at the code base. I'm just going to assume that I was right, and the code that the consulting company had made was actually really shit, and that's why the in-house people couldn't take over. Or maybe, perhaps, the hiring process was pretty bad, or maybe, perhaps, the idea that hiring a full team of people and then, like, just expecting them to understand the code base immediately is kind of fucking ambitious. Yeah, in general, I like the idea of consultants, right? Because the idea of a consultant is that you can have a company that doesn't need a lot of software stuff to... It's probably a mixture. I mean, maybe. I don't know the situation, so I can't really say for certain this or that, right? But the... But I like the philosophy of a consulting company when you look at it from like a positive perspective, because a consulting company is supposed to ideally create a product for a company that doesn't need like to have a full in-house software team. They just need to have like something made quickly. Or Y2K was a pretty good case for consultants. Ah, well, I actually didn't know consultants was important there. But yeah, I mean, that is a good case, because then they could just like enter a code base and be like, let's fix this shit up, and then, you know, all timing doesn't break immediately. Yeah, so very, very good indeed. The previous place I worked, they had a limit on they also have a limit on the like amount of years. So I can tell you in around 8,000 years, they're going to have a problem. It's less than 8,000. It was like some arbitrary limit based on a bit code, I think. So it's like 6,000 something something. That's when their stuff will break. But if that stuff if the company is still alive by then, the code base will be completely unfixable by that time. Specialized knowledge distributed across the field. Specialized knowledge. Like the general idea of a consultant is to have general knowledge on how to make just about anything, but they're not specialized in, like they don't really have domain knowledge usually, unless they've worked on the same project for a long time. Sorry, I had to get some water. But having a consultant is right. That's you keep interrupting me by interrupting myself, having me interrupt myself. A consultant can make stuff for a company that only needs software to be made, and then I hate you. I hate you. To be made for say I need a calculator app for my software. Oh, sorry, I need a calculator app because I'm making something. I have a lot of people who punch in a lot of numbers, and I need a specialized calculator app for some reason. So I hire a consultant to make a calculator app. Once the calculator app is done, I don't need the software engineer anymore. So instead of hiring one person in on a contract, they instead contact a house, which have a bunch of people, and then some guy does a project for like 4 months, and then bam, there you go. That's this amazing calculator app. It's done, and they get paid for it. And Bob's your uncle, and they leave. Everyone shakes hands. It's all good. The problem is when you get consultants to make something that needs to be maintained over a long period of time, you end up with what I'm working with currently. My job feels like I'm looking at what consultants have made previously, and I'm like, why did you make this? It feels like it's targeted specifically at me. I agree, but that also works for specialized knowledge. Like, do you mean specialized as in I've specialized in how to make calculator apps, as the example, such as Y2K or complying to laws? Fair enough. Yeah, so now I think I get what you mean. So if you want a consultant to be able to also figure out if something is GDPR compliant, for example, where most software engineers in general necessarily aren't that good at it. So many companies need this, but when it is done, it is done. Yeah. That's like the ideal case for consultants. But what I'm like, okay, so everything in the system I work in is state-based. It's just like there's a million billion enums all over the fucking code base. That's like, oh, but this thing happened, so we have to check this state. So this state is saved in this field, in this database, and then this state, and then this enum. And it's just too much. It's like 100 files worth of just enum. And it's like it is one fairly small system that I'm working in. It's just too much. It's way too many enums. And then, because a lot of these states are sequential, and you know how they fucking deal with it. They use the ordinal. The ordinal is like the sequence in which the enums is written. So if I write state 1, state 2, state 3, state 4, then the enum class thing, whatever you'd call it, knows which sequence they're written in, and then the previous people had used the sequence of these states to check which state has been reached, which is the previous one, which is the next one. And that's so fragile. I hate it. It makes me barf every time I look at it. And my senior, he was like, okay, so we have a bit of time before the next big development. We like legally aren't allowed to work on the stuff that we know we have to work on soon, because that's how it is in the medical field. Therefore, if you have something that you dislike about the code base, anything you've noticed, then go ahead, write it down, and we'll look at it at next refinement, which is this week. And I've been like, oh boy, there's so many things that I want to refine and I want to fix in the code base. The problem is, it's so spaghetti that it's difficult for me to point at a thing and say I want to fix this thing, because it might be an easy fix, or it might like rip out the entire heart of the code base. And yeah, at least I get to try. That is true. It's I hear that's a rare thing. I mean, both of the real jobs I also worked for like for the real jobs I've had cleanup duty. That's the kind of software engineer specialist I am, I guess. Is I walk into a company and I'm like, wow, this code base is shit, and then I have to dig through the code base and think, what does this do and what should it do instead? And I feel like, by the way, incredible amount of imposter syndrome here, because I do not feel qualified for it whatsoever. God, it's yeah, it's absolute garbage is what it is. Oh no, you didn't fix it. Yeah, you did it. You banned the bot. Yeah, in the wrong view. I actually have a fairly hard time doing it from in here. I feel like I need a better system for it, because all I have is like the display of the chat. I think I can pin stuff. Yeah, pin this message. I can reply. I can copy more. Oh, wait, ignore user. Yeah, but it's only through Twitch. Okay, I can ban from the streamer bot chat. Okay, good to know. Good to know. At least for Twitch stuff. Yeah, so anyway, that was my tangent on work and me shoveling shit. It's a big old imposter syndrome, because like trying to fix code, to me it seems like really difficult. Because I'm really, you know, my number one skill is being able to doubt myself. All right, so when I want to introduce a new piece of code that supposedly fixes the old piece of code, I hear my internal monologue going, oh, but this doesn't necessarily make it better. So I always fear that I'm just introducing some new stupid, like the code I'm replacing the old code with. The new code is not necessarily better than the old code itself. Yeah. I've heard it's very normal to hate yourself and think you are unable. No one hates your work quite like yourself. That is true. But the thing is, I'm like, whenever I hear about the imposter syndrome, I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get imposter syndrome. Sometimes you don't feel like you deserve the role that you're in, and sometimes you feel like you're not good enough for the stuff that you're doing. But I'm looking at it, and I feel like objectively, I'm too stupid. It feels like I can't actually fix half of the problems that are placed in front of me properly. Oh well. Maybe one day when I'm 80, I'll realize that it's okay that I'm not good enough. But until then... Okay. Anyway, I think I was playing a video game here. Oh, you didn't? Okay, thank you, Sid. Oh my god, it's old Lee's called Ida. Because she has the leg wraps and the red thing and the... And now whoever this is... Wait, she has like a harness. Come now, you mustn't build their expectations too high. It will be less dramatic when I surpass them. Oh, no, absolutely not. This is not happening. Gas. No, it's that guy. Is this like the patch quest man? Nero Tolskeva, eager to begin his day as a royal member of the Ironworks team. Looking forward to working with you, Garland. Whoa, I really don't give a shit about this character. And by not give a shit, I mean... I don't... So fell the hunter, but what of the hound? So wrote the children, but what of the father? Oh yeah, we're still working on getting through the father. Mount speed in Shirogane. Can I mount in Shirogane? What are all these... To kill a curl? The hunt for Omega, the... Call it Eureka. Oh, I guess it's because... Wait, no, I have no idea what's going on. Hey, Lise. Wait. You're supposed to be the leader of Alamigo. Why the absolute shit are you in Rolga's reach and not the capital? It's a white man! You know what? That's my reaction. Whenever I see a white man, I'm like... It's a white man. He must have done something awful in his past. Because that's just what white people do. I should know.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Not.
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address.
Sorry. I just noticed. Okay, lead Mr. Man Mod himself, Adam. Just added the blog term .com, which I respect. Do not link to anything. And then someone, they should have hold for a bit. Yeah, and then someone is coming in like, go to get a bunch of new viewers at .co.uk or .Iceland or .2 for, is it Tuvalu? Togala? We've made good progress since back at El Amigo, but there's one thing.
Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
Oh my god,
If
democracy.
only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future.
I mean, that sounds like it's the beginning of a beautiful oligarchy. Nobility-ruled republics are classical throughout history. Other domains are a myth. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know what another domain is. I only know .com.
But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
I know that
The
feel.
reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Alright,
Aye,
she
aye,
is
Commander.
leaving.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. But don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me? I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
What? You're right by the waterfall. Arnold, I can't hear you.
After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
Is he a scion?
After routing the Imperials and liberating El Amigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
What do you mean go adventuring? I haven't ever gone adventuring. It's always been like, there's this god that is about to kill all of us, or we have to collect all of the city-state Pokemons, or we're literally getting invaded by the Empire. There hasn't been like, oh, let's go on an adventure. Well, except for the time in the Flying Islands, but that part of the storyline was not good. Oh well, I guess we're going on an adventure. God, it's loud. Right then, let's go and find Master Livier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetherite, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Ah. Yeah. Wouldn't want to tire me out. So let me just swim to the Aetherite in full plate armor. You can't have me go any place but be, you know, tired and unready for it. Starfall. Bloop. Oh yeah, still the thing. Wait, can I fly? Can I fly yet? Can I fly here? I cannot fly here. I have not completed all of the flying quests yet. Oh, want to check if I had... Wait, but if it's a city, then how am I supposed... Wait, where is it again? How am I supposed... Wait, it's up there. How am I supposed to get up there then? Because there's a vista inside the city that's like too high up. Is that a jumping puzzle? With skill? But I don't have any of that. Can I buy it somewhere? Can I afford it with 500,000 gil? Also, what the fuck is the Hornet from Halo? Question mark? Doing in this fucking video game? There it is. Okay, so let me try and work this back. But how do I get up there? So I have to follow this, and then hold on. It's probably a PvP mount. I mean, I wouldn't know. It could also be a like Shadowbringer's mount. Oh yeah, you didn't hear? Like I've already predicted how the entirety of the next the storyline is gonna go. For the next expansion. Wait, hold on. Okay, so wait, so I have to either be on top of this thing, or I can't get up there from the inside. So it's gotta be like either... Yeah. Okay. Alright, so the next expansion, Shadowbringers. Hold on, let me get my notes. Because the last two expansions have been just like the exact same thing, right? As the original. So in the now I already forgot what it's called. In A Realm Reborn. Olger Einhardt. Hold on, I'm using all of my brain cells here. I don't have a lot of them. They're not able to multitask. Okay, so up there. So up there. No, I can't. This is not the solution. Alright, some other time. Where's the... There it is. So you know, it's yeah. So in A Realm Reborn, the storyline went. You had to remake the Science of the Seventh Dawn, right? And then you had to like ally with your city-state, and then Stormblood was about like gathering these disparate groups and these disparate city-states, and then have them pool all of their resources into one alliance. And tell me, isn't that exactly what we've been doing for the past 2 expansions? And now, if only I fully remembered what the next part was about in A Realm Reborn, because as far as I remember, it was the next part is go kill a bunch of gods, and also some Ascians are introduced. Hold on, I wrote it here. Something about the Ascians and killing the Pantheon. Yeah, that's Shadowbringers. So Shadowbringers is just gonna be about is something about the Ascian storyline and then killing a bunch of gods. And then Endwalker is us fighting the Empire, who has now received Ascian superpowers. And that, ta-da, is what the next 2 expansions are gonna be about. Oh, look, it's Wedge. And he has a blue quest for me that I'm going to ignore because it is irrelevant. So, yeah, I figured it out. And pretty spot on. Yeah, I'm just that good. Greetings, Ivory. It would seem we are to accompany Ironveld in some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be somewhat of a history lesson, but I'll be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his... Oh, so he's like Nero, not the character, but the real-life Roman Emperor. And his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rorger's Reach being burnt to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unforeseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown. And so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. Oh, that, is it the Blade of Damocles? No, that's something else. Is it, yeah, it's the general Machiavellian princely state kind of attitude. The wealth of the poor swords he put to death became the property of the king. And it's said that these royal treasuries were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Well, okay. Unless you have some real good explanation, I'm going to assume that the that the Empire probably plundered all of it. I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt following Alamigo's liberation. More than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold was drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that. Dash, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Nah. I already have 500,000 gil. I am good. And also, I have donated 1 mil gil to the company chest, because I am poor like that. Oh, fending coffer, slink. Oh no, I have to choose between these coffers. Then I have to look them up. Oh no. Oh, fuck. Well, the news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmashka has already risen up in rebellion. Apropos nothing, Alphino. Shut the fuck your ass. Which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvald. Have we any clues as to have we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't likely to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, he. Yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay visit to the Allied Archivist and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during the occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. That does make them... Okay, I was about to call them very German, but it does make them very Roman also. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, whilst Ivory make the rounds in the Alamigan quarter. And there was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards in Gilbard's Gate. Alright, well, goodbye to you fuckers. Okay, I can't teleport there. Good. I am lazy. Oh, okay, so I am a man without a car. But as life has gone on, I've begun to realize having a car in the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions upon the divine audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspecting of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far from the palace as possible. It would just make, general travel way easier. Because the place where I live is kind of far from... Like, I can take the train into the city, But if I want to go like around or not, you know, any place that isn't the city, then it's kind of difficult. But also, have you seen the fuel prices? I would have to get like an electric car. But my brain is like, the batteries are kind of shit. So I don't really want to. And then I have to like park it, and I don't even, like with the parking, I'm not sure there's enough like recharge stations nearby. And then I have to like recharge and stuff. And again, battery life, kind of doodle. I haven't looked it up. I'm just assuming a bunch of things right now. And apparently it gets really bad when it gets cold also. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he had ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Alright. It also feels like slightly strange to just walk around and talk to every around 40-year-old person. Is he proposing or throwing up? Oh, he's drunk. And then he's accosting this young lady. Well, you know, nothing I can do about that. I'm simply the warrior of light and killer of gods. I don't know how to de-escalate a situation. I could absolutely obliterate him, but I feel... What is the point of this small area? It's like a hangout spot. It's a third place, as people call it. Comparing this place to like... Hey! Well, would you look at that? How do I get up there? Okay. So I have to get up on this thing. Comparing this place to like... because it has these tiny... What is that? Oh, wooden planks. Comparing this place to like the... Damn. he was really liking that wall. To like... what's it called? The random Middle Eastern markets and small alleys of stone buildings that I've been in. This is way more square than, you know, those places. So it's orderly and easy to find your way in. But I have a feeling that the reason it's square is due to technical limitations. That it's much easier to just make square buildings than to have like a bunch of curvature, because the various caves and such we've been in haven't looked that pretty, and I assume it's a limitation of the engine being very old. This game is not that pretty anymore. Retired Rogadin. I sat at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear near blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell-bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down to the street here and ask old Arnold. He was the king's head scribe. Alright. Well, I'll get there. Yeah, I mean, no. Are we not men? Do we not something? Alright. So they're carton crates, and they're... Wait, how does this... So it's like human pulled. I thought for a moment like this would be where you attach the ox, so the ox would be able to pull from this side. But this part looks like it's like so two humans can, or humanoids can stand in front and then push it. Perhaps like put some rope on it and then pull. And seeing as it's a four-wheeled cart. Oh yeah, and then this is the loading mechanism. You can like unhook these and then hook plonk, and then you put in the boxes. Very nice. I get a feeling though. Got a feeling. The cards that I have seen, of course I haven't necessarily studied the cards in other cultures, but in general I believe you would want to have only two wheels on the card, because it would make it easier to pull and also less things to replace. Is that copper paint? I think it's just green paint. I don't think it's supposed to be copper stuff. But in general, I think it's because it just looked a little boring if it was the same shade of wood all the way down. Now I'm inspecting the UV wrapping. Yeah, it's I mean, as you would expect, this part looks a bit wonk, but it actually looks pretty good all in all. Considering, like, that no one would be doing what I'm doing right now and actually looking at it. Because this is just background set dressing. Oh, but this is actually pretty good. Dang. It like the I believe this would be the normal mapping on top of the texture. It's really selling it. Because if you just look at the texture, it still looks just as bad. Yeah, but the idea is instead of having like 4 wheels, so you could leave it, right? You would have like a stand that you could kick down. So when you've pulled it somewhere, you can just like either leave it tied to the ox, if this was... Why are these here? I don't get what the purpose of these things are. It's like the speedy thing on cars. You know, the when it has the little the tiny little roof. Yeah. No. I would call that probably not a very good design. Oh, I guess no, because okay, so the thing is, I thought maybe you could use this for turning, but there's no like mechanism to it. Wait, oh, I realized why you wouldn't want 4 wheels on it. It makes it really difficult to turn. Because with only 2 wheels, you can just have this guy walk a bit faster and then suddenly the whole thing turns. But if there are 2 people. But if there are 4 wheels, then it gets really difficult to turn. How does this thing turn, actually? Design issue spotted. Man, whoever made this should be ashamed. Maybe you lift the front wheels. If these are the stones on it and you want to lift the front wheels, I suppose it is possible, but at that point you would just want to have 2 wheels. Right? Or I guess with 4 wheels it makes it easier to just push, but then it kind of sinks into the ground. I don't know, because I'm not a wheelman. Yes, I am Arnold. What do you want with me? No. You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet, if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well. I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know Theodoric's paranoia and the public execution of his kinsman. Those were terrible enough. What happened? I got a little short reboot there. It doesn't look like any of my streams stopped working. Alright, Gucci Gucci. But in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disapproval. Oh, of disposal. Sorry, I was reading what you just wrote, Adam. It's a good thing you didn't see anything break, which only a dozen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family. A magic which transformed them into fiends of a hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosity there were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then perhaps it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Yeah, as we all know, being crazy is hereditary. Every autistic person knows this. Yeah, because autism is hereditary, and also it means you're crazy. Okay, so I had a thought, and I hope some of you may share it, because someone was talking about like a burrito, and if I'm not entirely mistaken, a burrito is like a flat piece of dough that you put a bunch of things in, and then you wrap it up, right? And I was like, wait. Okay. I was like, okay, so burrito, that sounds pretty good. But how is it different from a durum kebab? And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I don't actually know what a burrito is. So the only thing I can truly conclude is that a burrito is just a Mexican durum. And that's the realization I had today. Thoughts? Anyone? Anything? Start a discussion down below. Press 1 if durum. Press 2 if burrito. Press 3 if it doesn't matter, I guess. Engagement bait. You can also not write anything, and that's fine. I just food. Had a food moment. And it doesn't go any deeper than that. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin, as I just realized his tie is on the outside of his shirt. What the fuck, Alphino? Tuck that shit in. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It is possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I found that rather unlikely. That so valuable a find would stay secret for so long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist or that the Imperial somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Ivory? Were your investigations more fruitful? Meow meow, meow meow meow. Turned into monsters? And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison. But he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Ivory? I mean, yeah, it's adventure, right? We're doing an adventure, so we have to believe all of the little lies that we're fed. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale. Though, I'm not sure how much that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote. may have... Sorry, I'm getting the big old hiccups. Very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But ere share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arenvald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why do you so intend on finding this treasure? It was in all presence. I swear it. But you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Gallian blood. Oh, that's why he has this wacky hair color. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. Yeah. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Gallians. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually I left the city behind and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that the road led me to the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. That sounds like inflation. Thank you, Arenvald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall. But I felt the best to clear in our intentions. Well, Ivory, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arenvald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Not. Then I shall be glad to tell my theory of the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. Oh no, okay. I guess it's a pseudo break time. Because, and by pseudo break I mean it's gonna be a short moment before we continue. Let me turn this on and see. Oh, I can't. The die. Oh my god, they're all called die. Okay, so I only have to spell it correctly once. Diarrhea. Okay, cool. And then it says, oh, it's accessories. Accessories. I can't click right. It's also very difficult. I've only been using a computer my whole life. Okay, so we have a one of these, and we have a one of these, and we have a one of these, and we have a one of these. I mean, yeah, that's me. Okay, so it's one of, I'm known as So Brave, and also, this isn't the real browser, it's just an extra browser I pulled up. What of this one? Okay. And then there's the anal beads. Okay. And the ring. Okay, the ring kind of sucks. Wait, this is, yeah, 5. Wait. Fending, slaying, aiming, casting. Accessories of fending, slaying, aiming, healing, casting. Oh. What? Accessories. I don't... Oh, yeah. So when I search Amazon, it will be like, autocomplete amazing college slots. I'll be like, yeah, that's me. I mean, the most the saddest thing is when I type C, it auto completes to ChatGPT. So, you know, that sucks. Okay, then what was it? It was docs.google.com. Da. Live streaming. Denmark. Danske Spil. Danske Bank. Danish man buried alive multiple times polar. Okay, yeah, this guy. Okay, Peter Freuchen. So, in the beginning of the stream, I talked about vanvittig verdenshistorie. Let me go. Peter Freuchen. I talked about vanvittig verdenshistorie, which is a type of... oh, they have legs. Yeah, this is all Danish, so for any non-Danes, sucks. But this guy was essentially a polar explorer, and he was apparently buried alive multiple times. I haven't actually listened to the episode where they talk about it, but he was cool enough to get featured, and so he was part of the Thule expedition, the first and the fifth one. Then he got buried at some point. He got buried like 3 times. It really won't take long because I haven't heard his whole story, so it really doesn't matter. Yeah, then he apparently traveled to the Soviet Union to get some of it. His. Oh, okay. So he went to the Bering Strait, which, as we all know, maps. Oh, this is gonna be exciting. Okay, hold on. Because... Can you see my... Yeah, you can. Okay. We'll have to scroll. That way I don't... Oh, this is the big lake? Balgal. The Bering Strait is this one. So... he went here in order to, like, to record a bunch of stuff. And one of the people who was with him recorded a sea monkey, and it was really weird because like nobody else admitted to having seen a sea monkey, and then after a bit it was like, oh, he was just talking shit about the captain, and I think Peter Freuchen was on this, but again, don't know quite. It kind of fits with the timing, I think. Yeah, and then he got his books translated to Russian, and apparently he was just an all-round badass. Anyway. So all of these are called accessories. So I suppose it will just give me one of each of these accessories. And it doesn't really matter, because I would only use these for glam anyway. I suppose I would go for the... it's item level 370. I suppose that just means item appropriate, right? Okay, so fending. Yeah, pick the one you can use for stats. So fending is like warrior, yes. Okay. And we'll close this. And we'll turn off that display. Okay. Alphino. Alphino seems eager to share his theory. Okay, decline. Recommended gear. Well, the stuff I have is already better. Now I want to hear his theory. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case of a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene in the southern edge of Lochseld. Damn, that's crazy. Where's Lochseld? That's the one. Okay, so the fastest way is literally just to walk there. It's a nice day to exit the gates, huh? Okay, so this is something that I've wondered about. It's a very fantasy thing. Wait. Hold on. We agreed there's a card in this house, in this thing, right? My first thought was, damn, it's gonna be pretty difficult to get this card up these stairs. Anyway, and then I remembered these stairs. These are like the massive fantasy looking stairs, right? That are just absolutely ridiculously enormous. No, wait, it's not here. Is it here? Yeah, anyway, pulling a card up this bullshit sounds like an absolute pain. This isn't the right place. The caserne? Oh, so where the soldiers are? Okay, we're going exploring. You're stuck with me for a bit. Okay, so if this is where the soldiers supposedly are. Wonder why they are outside the... Was that normal for castles? I don't know much about castle construction, really. I don't really get why you... And there's only a rail on one side? Also strange. I suppose it makes... wait, what is to the south of Albania? Isn't it just the sea? So this down here is supposed to be the sea, then? It seems unnecessary, I would say, to have a place that overlooks. Maybe it's the prison. That would make a little more sense to have it outside. But the construction of this makes it look more like a watchtower. What is the point of this structure? Hold on. Let me Google something real quick. Caserne. Yeah, military barracks. It doesn't surprise me. In French-speaking countries, a caserne de pompiers is a fire station. Alright. Fortification casernes are little rooms, lodgements, or apartments erected between the ramparts and the house of fortified towns, or even on the rampart themselves, serve as the lodgings for the soldiers of the garrison to ease the garrison in Portugal. Cartel derived in 4 phases. There are usually 2 beds in each caserne, blah 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 blah. Alright. Well, yeah, the placement of this caserne is a little strange, because okay, so in the case, now walk with me here. In the case that this place actually gets invaded, right? And they're storming it. Then once they reach these ramparts, they are very wide, and people would be able to just, you know, run directly to the caserne and then cut the caserne off from the city proper. Which means the city proper will be lacking a bunch of soldiers that you would rather have inside the city, is my take. Because it's more protected in there. Oh yeah, the thing I actually wanted to talk about back then, apart from like, how do you get a cart up all of these stairs? Because they don't seem to have like a crane. Cranes have been part of logistics for basically forever. It is a multi-tiered system, so that's pretty neat. So as people are like charging up this place, then people can peek out from here and then shoot down. Bam. And then they will be, once the enemy soldiers reach around this point, then these soldiers, unless you've erected some kind of barrier here, then these soldiers would be able to like escape, or from these ridges and up here just be able to shoot down at the oncoming other soldiers. And this place, oh, this is actually kind of interesting. Okay, so if these were a little higher, I could easily see this as like another set of ramparts. And then the defensive property of these is, it's just really difficult to get up, right? Okay, this side I could actually, I managed to jump up, but that's because of all of the rubble. But over here you can't, because like if it's clean and there's fairly far down, then trying to jump up and then grab a hold of this, the surface seems kind of difficult. So it's a like defense by shitty design, kind of like that. Oh, those were the fantasy stairs. Which, by the way, why build them in the salt lakes? Yeah, so this is the secondary set of defense for a secondary gate. But one would think that like it would be nice to have an easy place to enter. Anyway. Well, those are the Guardian lampposts, right? Well, it makes sense. This place has been Guardian for like 20 years. Oh, there's a big old statue. Wait, hold on. Let's go look at the statue. It is the Ruiner. That's not the same as... No, Rolga. Rolga is the Destroyer, right? So this can't be the Ruiner. Oh, sorry. The Ruiner and the Destroyer are likely not the same. Is my guess. Splish, splash, splish, splash. Salt. Oh, this is my lake. Wait, what the heck? What are you? You are faux bad. Well, yes. Damn. What a happy guy. Look at him. With his Saiyan ass hair. Only Saiyan level 1. I think. I don't know, I have only ever watched like 5 episodes of Dragon Ball the original and then 2 episodes of Dragon Ball Z. And then I've watched the Team 4 Stars abridged, but I really can't remember any of it. And then very salty indeed. And then the what is the other? Oh yeah, I played one of the PlayStation 2 games where you could play through the storyline of Dragon Ball Z, I believe. It was like it's like Tenku Puden something. One of those games. And I never played it the way the game was really supposed to. What I often did was I went into the tournament mode, and then I went into spectate mode because that was something you could do. And then from spectate mode, I went in as like the first entrance into the tournament, and then I lost on purpose. And then I watched all of the NPCs fight. And that was like how I spent many hours in my life. Fuck wrestling. I want to see Dragon Ball. But also, the fight ends differently each time. Because, you know, it's the computer fighting itself. Probably. Sorry, I noticed the Cupbine answered the meme. Okay, so meme review. Hold on. Okay, let me do something incredibly dangerous. No, hold on. No, hold on. Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Okay. Yeah, I could leak something awful. Wait, if I do this... Oh, this is so scuff. I love scuff. Okay, so... Bam, this is my partial screen view. Okay, so... This is the meme. Sarge, enemy tank incoming. Peering through the binoculars. Uh-huh. What? Well, it's just, I believe that is actually a self-propelled artillery howitzer. And then I and then I added the Combine, and he was like, "Oi, it would be called a self-propelled gun or self-propelled howitzer. Specifically, it's specifying it's an artillery howitzer. It's a moot point, considering howitzers are always a form of artillery. Anyway, the allegations are writing themselves. That made me very happy. And I wanted to share it with you because you're here. Okay. And then that's closed. Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have a loch in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Stormblood calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Skala, which rose and fell during the 5th astral era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Sel. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe, was not referenced to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Skala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city has been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of imperial soldiers and gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Ivory, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arenvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. And the reason I can do this is because I can breathe underwater. Because my character is a cat, and cats are known for liking water. Splish splash. Okay, and then it's control space to dive. Hell yeah, because I'm not playing with a controller. Oh, it's all the way over there. Goodness gracious. Wait, hold on. U-boat. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, this looks so strange. Sorry, for some reason I expected it would be angled. Oh, now it's angled. Why wasn't it angled before? Okay, well, I guess my brain is mush and it keeps getting mushier by every day that passes. It's a good thing that I don't actually have to look for anything because I just have a marker that tells me go here. You discovered a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. That's me, the on-presser. Stone door. Now you have come to a worn stone door standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found the entrance into subterranean ruins. Yeah, let me... Ivory, it's Alphino. We searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate that it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we'll be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee that she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. Drowned City of Skala, now available. Okay, I'm very curious. Adam, who is this dependable friend? Is it Woad? Is it the Woad lady? Or is it LSA? Or is it perhaps... I mean, my guess would be you, Kitty. Probably. Yeah, of course you were. There's like if I enter this with NPCs, then I'm with Alphino and Ehrenwald, and then some woman, some lady. Would have the lady have been? Oh yeah, I'll write in the general. Help Mad King have gold, me poor. I'm look for party. And then one picture. This one. Bam. Well, that's easy then. Oh, wait, what? Oh, middle mouse button is just walk forward. Okay. Well, the more you know. Wait, there's this. What is it called again? A snowflake. Right? Or what's it supposed to look like? It's a salt flake. Can we get this for decorations? It feels like very decoration-esque. Oh, let me get back. Okay, so you would think that with all of this salt that these underground ruins would have been kind of dissolved. I feel like that's what salt does. But on the other hand, I'm no chemist. So you never know. No, it was because like I wanted to see who the I wanted to know who the other NPC was. If they were like, because they told of the two NPCs, and then there was another NPC. And if you do not know, well, I am inclined to just look it up, because otherwise I will never know. But if I look it up, I will be spoiled for the dungeon, and I do not want to be spoiled for the dungeon. Okay. This is my waiting song that I sing while I wait. Wait, I have an alarm? Oh, the alarm is for because clothing. Because I have to wash my clothes. But that is not for today, that is for tomorrow. So that's easy for me to just push for the next day. Because yeah. Because I don't have to do it now, so I'm not really pushing it for the next day. It's something that's happening tomorrow and it's not happening today. Oh, right. Yeah. No, sorry, I was reading some other notes. Oh wait, we're done. Can I press this button and then can I then do this and then nope, I am not the party leader. Well, it is what it is. I take it they're still playing the deadlock. Well, I'm in the deadlock. Lock-skelled, sorry. Oh, wait, there are more? Oh, okay, so we have the Ruiner. Then we have the Monstrance. And the Monastery. Alright. Ruiner, and we have the Destroyer, and we have Divine Audience. Bloodhow. The Tomb of the Errant Sword. Actually, it's kind of weird how we haven't explored this entire area, even though we're done with the expansion. I guess it... What about the other areas? Wait, are there other areas that... Oh, wait. Well, I guess that'll be a question to be answered for later. And by later, I mean... Probably not. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. This. What? Man. Well, such is the way of things when you have to play a Deadlock at the same time, which is impressive. But I guess it's not that big a deal because Deadlock is like, yeah, you have to use all of your focus for Deadlock, but you have to use like 5% of your brain for these usually. Look, it's us. Okay, let me just stance it up. And now we're going. And let's see how much I can pull and kill myself. Ninja and Dancer. Cool. And you're coming with me. And you are also coming with me. Oh wait, this is the famous later design of later dungeons. Now we can't do big pulls anymore. Well, c'est la vie. I guess I can't kill myself today. Oh goodness, I am killing myself right now. Oh, but now I live. It's that multitasking between Deadlock and also Final Fantasy. Okay, I live. Ah! Okay, sorry, that surprised me a little bit. And I'll just pop and bomb. I popped the medication, is what I was trying to say. But instead I said pop and bomb. Which... as expected. Not being able to talk right. But instead preferring to talk long. What is this? It's like a birdfish. Okay, this does seem a little dangerous, so maybe I shouldn't be pulling all of these guys. But we are currently pulling all of these guys, so I don't have time to regret. For the next 2 seconds I live, and now I begin dying. But I'm still alive, somehow. Which is, I suppose many people would consider it a positive. Because dying is... yeah, well, there it goes. It's perfectly timed, you know? When the tank just dies, but you get the rest of the pull and no one else takes any damage. That's when you know the pull is perfect. Wait, why do I have MP? And why is it not full? Alright, let's go. Let's see what this guy got. This horse. Wait, it's a seahorse. That's what we call a funny bun. A funny pun in the business. A funny punny. Alright, what is your mechanics? It's a kelpie. I forgot what a kelpie is supposed to be. It is a horse that like pulls you underground, no? Hydro push. Well, that probably pushes us, don't it? Nice guess, you fucking idiot. Torpedo? That's called a kick, you... Okay. Bap. And then we get real angry, and I should have probably have done this earlier to, you know... Ooh, that's an ungather. Ooh, a mechanic I do not have to worry about. My favorite kind of mechanic. Get the heck back here. Hydro pull? Oh, okay. I just read the ability. Turns out reading the ability is a pretty good indicator of what the ability is gonna do. Rising Seas. Alright. Well, that looked like a healer mechanic. Again, something I do not have to care about. Oh, I should probably pop this in order to pop that, and then hit this. This is optimal DPS. Yeah. So the pulls away. Oh, look at those shoes, though. Look at them shoes. God, I got agreed on those. Wait, and this ring? Wait, hold on. Display gear. Why? I don't know why this thing is ticked off every time. Oh, reading ability names. Yeah, I've come a long way. It's only 200 hours into this godforsaken video game. Okay. Oh, it's a stone foam bed. I found the salt foam beds outside. Wait, they were called supposed something else, right? I spent this one because I really wanted to up my... well, this is the end of the road. Okay. And just up my healing badongadon so I don't die. I would never die. Not in this dungeon. Not with this healer. Okay. I guess I'll pop my mitigation because this is way more dangerous than the boss. Oh, I used the wrong area ability. It's literally a 1-2. How does one fuck it up? Like this. At least I can't fuck up the combo of a 1-1 ability. Okay, we're going... And I used the wrong one. I should have used the one that heals me a little bit. Oopsies. God, these guys hit like trucks. Holy shit. Okay, let me just heal up. Okay, and I have now healed up. That means it's time to pull a little more. Let's pull this guy. That pulled all of them. Alright, I'll just pop my mitigation then. Oh boy. Okay. I will now live for the next 5 seconds. And I will now do all of the self-healing in the world. Oh boy, I'm glad I'm a warrior. Okay, can I do the big doinks? Okay, I have to do a little bit of a retreat here. And this one. And then this one, and then this one. Bonk. And then another one. And then another one. And then I hope I live. And I do live. God, I was looking at my ability bar instead of looking anywhere else. But we live. All thanks to the healing of the healer and the damage of the DPSer and me being the best gamer that has ever gamed. Oh wait, look, they opened the treasure. Oh, I'm dying. Oh shit. Oh, sorry, I panicked because I got distracted. I greeted on this one, right? Did I win? No, Rubio cast his lot. I guess I'll roll again. Earring and ring. I hope I didn't win it and then roll twice. No, I got the boots. The boots. Hell yeah. Oh, look at this guy. It's the old one. Oh, his... Wait, hold on. What a design. Oh, I love that. I love this guy. This teapot looking motherfucker. Okay, let's kill him. Oh, he reminds me of something, but I don't really know one. It's like a PlayStation 2 game. It's the way his like his little Buddha looking face. Oh, what a boy. I love this boy. Wait, there's a mechanic. Order to detonate. Okay. So I suppose we kill all of these. I think I could kill one of them. I managed. Mystic Flame. Oh, that was the wrong button, but it's not something that did anything. No! No, I'm a little guy. Oh, we place bombs now. Okay. Boing. Oh, the little guy part of this boss fight was definitely the best part of this boss fight. Can we do it again? That way I didn't have to, like, consider any difficult mechanics. Mystic Flame. Okay. Summoning Light. Oh, we did it again. Boing. Boing. Okay. Pop, pop. Pop up. Okay, we're running. Well done, everyone. This is the kind of bunny girl I want in this video game. Oh, I forget what they're called. It's like, it's not a kobold. It's a... No, the goblins are the other weird ones. What are these arm guards? Oh, they look... Oh, wait, well, they're actually not that bad. I'll agree on these. What is this necklace? It's a necklace I cannot see. Okay. Forgive. No. No, it ain't me. Pass. Yeah, I didn't want to walk all the way to that treasure trove. It's called the Spriggan. Yay, the Spriggan. Alright, yeah, playable Spriggans. Why can we basically maintain one medication always during pulse? Alright. I listen and I ignore. Because there's only 3 guys here. But it's good to know that it has changed. At least. No. No. I mean, I only have 2 medications, right? Wait, hold on. This reduces damage, this reduces damage, and this reduces damage. Okay, so I have 3 medications. The last one is just not that strong. Light bridge? Who made this? Sang Veto. And I pressed the wrong button once again. Professional wrong button pusher. But it's fine because I can just keep myself alive with the AoE. I want to pull more. I want to make life harder for the healer. But much better for the DPS so they can get the big numbers on their AoE abilities. Yeah, I'll just keep myself here. Oh wait. There weren't a lot of them left. Oh, another ring. And some bottoms. Are these shorts? Is that... Oh. Oh my. Pass. And pass. And they ran forward. Alright. I'll see if this can be salvaged. Okay. Nice tank. Let's get some more boyos in. Okay. This is a pseudo mitigation by just healing all of the damage that I was gonna take. Ooh, spinning. And healing. And more spinning. And hurting. Ow, I'm hurting. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'll be fine now. Yeah. Well done doing, folks. The Rotting Royal. Oh, so these are like all of the guys that were spoken of in the quest text. So that's the accursed idol, which, you know, which doesn't mean anything. But this is actually the Mad King Theodoric's children and aunts and uncles and nobility and people that were in his family. And that is a dog. A dog on 2 legs, also known as a minotaur. This is the way. It's actually I kind of like this design. I mean, I guess it is just a big guy, right? But it looks like a little interesting, I think. I don't know what's doing it. But it looks neat. What is his name? He is Roderick Poison Tongue. Ah, so he's like ow, stop that. So he's like surely there's lore about him. I've just forgotten it. My guess is he was like the son of Theodoric. Ooh, there's some bad stuff. Summarily avoided. Snarl death comes for you. And I didn't read, but I forgot to look away. Well, get wrecked. I was too busy reading the ability and reading the text. Can't do everything. They put the text there because, you know, it was supposed to be read, right? And now he's off in that direction. Oh, so that's what the indication was about. Okay, I getcha. I reach ya. And then I'll stand here. Just at the edge, so no cleave attacks. In case that was gonna be a thing. Oh! Ah, so it's centered around one of the players. I see. I pressed the wrong ability again, but it's all good. Yeah, and I'll do this one, so I don't waste the time and I don't waste the anger I'm building up. Ow! He hurt it. Ah, so another player gets the cross-section thing. Okay, cool. So there is actually a bit of coordination. Oh! Required. I saw the eye this time, and I dodged it like a good little dodger. Oh wait. I saw he was looking at me. He did it. He damn diddly dig it. Oh right. Now I probably have to like do nothing. I don't care. He's almost dead. Woo! Woo! We killed the thing. Roderick is now dead. Man, if I knew who he was, I would probably be just as sad as when what's his face died through the shield, right? That guy. This guy's probably just as important. He was also a royal, right? The other guy wasn't even a royal. Aw. Yeah, see? The sadness. Who is that? It's just some lady with red hair and red trousers. Who is your face? Ironbald has gotten stronger. Who the... Yeah, well... Nobles are more important than royals. Was he a... Ooh, a jacket. Oh my god, look at that collar. The collar goes all the way. And it even has a better overhang. Oh wait, that's the... Oh, yeah. And then it's like buttoned up here, and then there's like a muzzle for the collar so it doesn't fall off. And a tabard. And it's grey, which is, you know, the best kind of color. Oh, it's a casting jacket. Alright. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was nice playing with you. Thank you for taking a break from Mahjong. Absolute Mahjong-headed. So is that like...
It would appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
I mean, those cannons are literally everywhere in the resistance camp.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
No problem. I still don't know who the lady is. And off she goes. Okay, let me turn this down. And then turn it up a little bit again. Arenvald and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. Yeah, that's me. Not using mitigations. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Aye, without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I am still reeling at the sight of... Oh, it's Moldova. Moldova. I must say that I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like you reeled at the sight of the floating spectre, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your own face, Alphino. Was there a spectre? Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King trove, and that is all that matters. But who is you? When Arenvald asked me to lend my spear, I didn't imagine it would be for such an adventure. I'm grateful I've got the chance to be part of it. Like, okay. Weird champ. Measure of the reach of our reach. Orchestration. This is still a level 70. Oh yeah, I guess it's level 70 all the way until I actually start. So I have no idea of telling how far I actually am. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Second, she is bound to be delighted. If I'm no longer needed, then I shall take my leave. Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Mama. Now then, there is to be meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so Lise is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? This is where you start guiding the quest progression again. Do you mean like only do X amount of quests, or until you reach this point is where the quests are still interesting and you won't be able to stop yourself because it's gonna be so exciting? That's my take. Oh, now the sun is out again. Why is it that when I'm out, it's raining, but when I'm inside, the sun is shining and I cannot see what's on the screen? The issue is not, oh, I want to be out in the sun, it feels so nice on my skin and I get all of this dopamine from being in the sun. I don't give a shit about the fucking sun and its goddamn dopamine rays. It just shines on my screen and I'm aware of how dirty it is. And I'm like, oh damn, I should clean this. And then I don't clean it and then it keeps being dirty. Because when it's not dirty, I don't think about it. And when it is dirty, I'm using the screen, so I'm not gonna clean it. More trying to keep you informed on how far you are in the patches. That would be nice. You know, whenever you're doing something that's incredibly boring, right? Also, what is Lise doing here? In all places, she's just... Yeah, I'm just standing by the lumber. Anyway, when you're doing something that's incredibly boring, it's really nice to have like a timeline, so you know like when you're safe again. So usually I use the levels in the top left corner to like figure out, okay, about how far am I in the expansion. You three look pleased with yourself. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise. I'm not. And I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. So we swam to the bottom of a lake. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove. I thought that was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Ivory and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. And as for what to do with it all, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. God, if there's as much as you say. There are 5.5 patches and you're almost halfway through the first. Damn, so it is going to take like a little over a month. Ehrenwald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one more thing. When the time comes to draw upon a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head or details, I'm not educated. I see that simply handing our sacks of gil won't solve everything. But I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. It's not really a resistance fighter anymore, is it? Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. A mob's gathered outside the headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. Gasp. Exciting stuff. He has a painted X on his face again because when he was a kid, his mom like tried to cut out one of his eyes.
All of you.
Okay, shut up for a second, Manago. Yeah, so he had like a third eye, or maybe a third eye growing, and his mom was like, damn, that's some... I'm too racist. So I'm looking at you and I'm thinking, damn, you look too much like your dad. So she like carved his face, and then he painted over an X on his head in order to, you know, hide the scar. So he's exactly like Scar from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, is what I'm trying to say. Not the original, because I don't think Scar was in the original. Anyway, you know, it's bad when you have to ask Alphino for help. I mean, yes. He is really stupid, and apparently, well, maybe it's a way to like keep Alphino off screen, you know, because then we can go on adventure. Wait, Scar was in the original. Well, shows what I know. I have watched both of them, but I watched them right after each other. Thinking. I'm putting on my thinking brain for a moment. Because there was something I wanted to say. Oh yeah, so Alphino and Ehrenwald, they found... Remember Nina? I think that's her name. I do remember Nina. That storyline was much better in the original, I think, because they took more time for it. Anyway... So Alphino and Ehrenwald, they told me, the Warrior of Light, that hey, the only reason we can find this treasure is because you can dive to the bottom of this salt lake and then find the secret hidden entrance into this place. And I'm like, hell yeah, I can breathe underwater. And then I swim all the way down there, and I'm like, and then they called me on my cell phone and was like, hey, we found a teleportation circle. The entire point of the storyline was that the other people, like the Garleans, wasn't able to get into the Mad King's treasure trove because there wasn't a proper good way to get in there. And then these two guys were like, oh yeah, we just found a teleportation circle randomly. What the what was the point of the swimming and the nobody can find the treasure and all of this bullshit? God damn. And then the other thing that I wanted to complain about was not really complain about, but an observation, right? The size of the city gates is just crazy big. I get that it's like it's a status symbol thing, but I always thought about it when I watched Lord of the Rings, because in Lord of the Rings there are there's like when they invade Minas Tirith, right? I was like, damn, that's one big ass gate. Why didn't they do like in Helm's Deep and just have a small gate? Because if you have a small gate, fewer enemies can come through when they breach the gate. And then later on in Minas Tirith, there is a small gate where they can't get a whole army through, so it's like really good for choke points. There weren't anyone on the walls to actually, utilize the choke point by like stabbing or firing down on the attacking army. But, it's the thought that counts, especially in a siege. Anyway, I'm now ready to listen to what Menago has to say.
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
Are they talking about me?
What's going on? Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Ah, yes. The idea of vengeance. String her up! Yeah. So, this always tends to happen. So I don't really... Like... when you just defeated an occupying force, then people tend to want a lot of vengeance and revenge, and it is absolutely awful. It kind of reminds me of, when in a siege also, if you have like a fortified city, then when you actually manage to breach the city, it's usually a slaughter that happens inside. So like all of the soldiers of the attacking army just go in and they kill all of the civilians. Because how dare they not surrender, right? So yeah, it's blood-crazed mobs are like it's nuts what they do. Because once you have a mob, the individuals stop being people. I find it very strange, but it is something that tends to happen.
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
See, Lise is actually being, reasonable about this. Also, she chose not to kill her in the beginning, so it would have been like a weird switch of character.
Down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
Also, back in the day, people were more willing to kill other people based on very small amounts of evidence. Yeah. Murder. Woo!
So that's what all the fuss is about.
Yeah, beat him up, Roban.
Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Sean Bean, tell him what
Hey,
for.
who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
That's him.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live, Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried?
Okay, so it's not because I'm ignoring. I just wanted to find the right time to build upon your joke. For pain in the breast, yes. The smell of toast. And the feeling of numbness in your left arm. I feel them all.
I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Thank you, one guy. Okay, the rest of them did join.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
I mean... And then everyone clapped, yeah, and then I did a backflip. It's so cool. You should have been there. It's, I don't know. Like, to have a man just commit to a speech, it is very fantasy. But it is Sean Bean. If anyone should do it, it should be Sean Bean. But, like, in the end, it really wasn't an issue. I literally just learned how to use mitigations. I think I could easily, like, walk into that crowd, do a mitigation, then do some AoEs. Like, it wouldn't really have been a problem. My thanks, Rauban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. And it's not just here, and we've reports of mobs forming all over. Mitigate the damage to your public image. Yeah, that's why I have 3 mitigation abilities. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, and then someone picks up a stone. Some industrial souls have even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. Yeah, only 3. I think I only have 3 mitigation abilities. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. And maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. Damn. This is how we know Lise is not British. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Representatives will be here soon. And I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Yeah, actually, there's something about... So the British, right? Whenever they leave an area, they have a tendency to, like, carve up and give arbitrary borders and all that. We know the meme, right? And that's because they have this idea that people of different backgrounds will have difficulty living in the same country. But I just realized, the UK consists of 4 countries. Like, shouldn't we cut up the UK into, like, England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland? I feel like that would only be fair. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nature's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kirkern to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matters of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Shouldn't we cut Denmark up into Denmark and Sjælland? Well, the difference being that that Denmark and Sjælland has been part of the same kingdom for around 1,000 years, with a little break in between in like 1340, I think. We endorse ethnostates here. Dear Twitch, this is a funny, don't strike me down. Oh, don't worry. The one to strike you down would probably be Adam. But, I mean, he's also the type to endorse those kinds of states, so I think you're safe. No, I mean... Yeah. It's, what keeps a state together really isn't ethnicity. It is a shared belief in something, right? Usually that comes with culture, and then it's easy with ethnicity. But you can see places like the US and also the UK functions like somewhat okay, in spite. Who though I approve of this message? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. And then there's something like China, which, well, it's like 80% Han Chinese, but it's not really. But there's like a lot of other smaller. What I'm trying to say is it's not an ethno-state because there are large regions in China where there are many different ethnicities. Yeah, and India is a massive example. Southeast Asia in general, but you know, to claim that they have their real borders, or their because their borders were made by Europeans, except for Thailand. Thailand and Ethiopia are two examples that were never conquered, colonized, but they do still have they're still massive countries with many different ethnicities within them. And before that, the Mughal Empire also, and the Persian state, and the Ottoman Empire, massive empires that were very multicultural. So the idea of things having to be ethno-states in order to properly function is, frankly, just wrong. Nago? I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated? And... sorry, I tried to say corroborated, but it says collaborated, so I kinda messed that one up. And everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and would be no better than Theodoric or Xenos. I mean, Denmark did pretty good for itself after killing all of the sympathizers. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past. A moment of it, anyway. During the fight. She done terrible things, unforgivable things, but in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born. And that's something I can understand. It sounds like the unforgivable things are being forgiven. Are you a liar, perhaps? Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. Brum, 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 brum. You've the commander's permission to enter then. Yes. Ooh. Ooh, atmosphere. Let me ruin it by speaking. And turn up because I feel like this is a voice cutscene.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you?
Ha! No.
Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it!
If I was able to spot a voiced cutscene based on the camera work, I would assume that every dungeon I went into is a voiced cutscene.
I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want.
Well, they're voiced by me, but, you know, they're not voiced by, you know, actual voice actors that know how to speak well into microphones.
You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Do people complain in chat when you just stand there? Oh, right, people can write in the in-game chat. I just don't consider that to be a real chat, I guess. Because I don't know how to play an MMO socially.
We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
Well, sorry.
All right!
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Wait. That's also Sean Bean? What the fuck? That's why you don't read it. Missing all of my fun commentary. Yeah, well... That's true. Is this Rob Ann? Maybe I'm stupid, but I'm pretty sure it's the same voice actor.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people!
They've never done anything like that.
It's just so bad. Like, why is it that we've agreed this is a bad person? Now Fodola is evil and she's done evil things. So let's show the viewer, so the player, some background story to well, actually, don't you feel sorry for Fodola because she had a bad childhood? Bitch, I don't give a shit. You should have shown me that childhood beforehand. That way it stings more when they grow up and become a bastard. I was just about to spoil something else. But if you have a comic that I have lent you, borrowed you, then fucking read it, Nico.
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Yeah. So, that way it stings when they grow up. Exactly. That is what I was just saying. Because if you can see a child be good and innocent, and then see it become older and more evil, now that is a good storyline. I understand this isn't the medium for it. Also, this guy's facial expression is beautiful. This isn't the medium for it, but in that case, don't try and tell that kind of story. Don't force a story that your medium cannot tell. It's much better to have them die as a child. Yeah, exactly. When they're still pure. This is why the now I'm gonna talk Warhammer for a bit. This is why I love cherubs. Cherubs are lobotomized babies that you put some mechanical stuff inside of them, and then you use them as mindless servants because they are, lobotomized. They are technically they do have a mind, but they're like pseudo mindless. But sometimes it's a little wacky. It's a little weird. But they're still babies, so they won't be able to develop their brain any. So they will still be just a mechanical being, which is deeply fucked up, right? But damn, if I don't love my Warhammer, that's the, yeah. This isn't it isn't the same, but it's not the same at all. It's literally just because you mentioned killing children, I guess. Have them die while pure. I think that's the through line. It is very much a tangent that has a dead end. Anyway. She's been running for a bit. Also, these crates have been there for 20 years. Damn, that rocks.
Fodola!
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive.
Traitors!
Well, I'm guessing that he won't be surviving. So, not very effective strategy then.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
God, that seems like such a bad business strategy. Like, the idea is you want to protect the people who support you because that makes people want to support you, right?
Padola, please! You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier?
But Mum, it's fun.
Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
Oh no, I just got some background.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Damn. If my character wasn't non-verbal, she would probably say something.
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Yep, that's me.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they?
Yep. They
Don't
sure
you
do.
dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Damn. Naruto. Oh, she peeked into my head. That's pretty cool.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
What do you mean? I didn't even care about that guy with the shield.
The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
I mean, literally everywhere I go, people are like, damn, this is the coolest cat I've ever fucking seen. Look at that shit. and then I complete some quests and get some XP. Like it's not that deep, man. Like I got betrayed once, and then they killed a bunch of characters that didn't die anyway. But when they died, I was like, oh damn! At least I'm so free. I'm so glad that they're finally dead. Now it's only Alphino who's left. But no, then they came back and stuff. Ugh. You know why? You saw. For those I have lost. Yeah, I haven't lost anyone. I choose to. Yeah.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it.
And then she's gonna say, oh no, I'm so sorry. And then, you know, all is forgiven. No one cat can have all that power. Yeah. Well, no cat should have any amount of power. Let's be honest. It's like, shit man, who gave this cat a full plate armor? And a billhook? This cat is fucking unstoppable. Lise is lost in thought. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given... Oh, I get it. It's because she's like, wait, you made it through a run reborn? Why are you still playing this game? I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we're given Fordola something to think about at least. And I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Ivory, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get a feeling that she's been having them all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with Echo and one who is artificially imbued with it? Because my character, I've been artificially imbued with Echo, and that's why I get all of the memories. Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there to oversee the investigation, and let's go pay him a visit, shall we? Damn. If only I could despawn and get there faster. Again, huge steps and stairs. How does one get a cart up this place? What are you fumbling about? Wait, what am I fumbling about? Oh, I just mentioned that, see this card, how does this card even get up the stairs? Oh, it probably takes the teleportation thing. Or maybe there's like, each place, each level have their own card. Wait, do you think we can find the place where her dad was stoned? They probably, yeah, it's probably here, right? Because this is the street where they walked down. And then it was like off to one of the side streets, I think? Or was it just like, was it just here? Maybe there. Oh, there, here. This is where they... Oh, but then where were the Imperial soldiers? Over there, maybe? Anyway. She was imbued with it. You just have it for some reason. Yeah, what I'm saying is... what I was mumbling and fumbling about was that the Warrior of Light has also been imbued with it, and therefore the Warrior of Light also gets plot-relevant flashbacks every once in a while. And that's the in-game, not in-game. That's the lore reason, which I guess is in-game, for why this is happening. No, you have the echo. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. I've been imbued with the echo. They're not all the instances I do if you want to join. That's just what the echo does. Yeah, and I've been imbued with it, and that's why I get it. Boxes. What is this? Oh, it's like, it's body bags. So, what I'm seeing, just like from a cursory glance, is they had a lot of Lalafels. And it is convenient for the plot. I mean, the plot wouldn't happen without me. It's like, what is that saying? It's like, imagine it has just rained and there's a hole in the road. This hole has been filled with water. And the puddle asks, how come the world is perfectly shaped to my needs? It must be because I am special. That is how I view this cat in full plate armor. The cat is unable to realize that it in fact is not special. It is simply the result of stuff that has happened around it. They're saying yours is natural while hers is fake. So she gets less control for some reason. Mine is hella fake. I made this character. So the reason I'm pointing out like the specific Lalafell body bags is yeah, but it only goes... Okay, so there's a lot of them over there, but then there's a lot of blank areas. It feels like people just... they just kind of gave up. They wanted to fill this entire space, but they were like, we can only place so many indoor furnishings. Me looking at a body bag. This is a shitty indoor furnishing. You're hella fake, made by your parents. So if the MC has any control of the echo. Yeah. So, what I was trying to say, there are those flying, the Lalafell towers, right? This just proves my Lalafell tower theory. The towers that have wings, right? They are piloted mainly by Lalafell that climb up and down using ladders and then shoot guns and stuff out of the towers. That's why they have so many Lalafells. All right, what do you have? So many bodies. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like, look at all these Lalafell. And a handful of Rogadin. Though I have a feeling that a Rogadin would be able to fill this one out. Well, actually, it looks a little empty, I gotta say. Because it kinda, the way that it slopes, shoops and whoops, it doesn't really fit the... There should be like a rotund potato man inside, is what I'm trying to say. Or woman. What do you have to say? They should burn this place to the ground and be done with it. Well, I feel like that would be a waste of a perfectly good building. You could just empty out all of the machinery. Like, look, there's still chandeliers and look at this crazy good mason work. You know what, Aaronvold? You are the type of person I hate the most. It's like, oh, but they did something in this place that I don't like, so therefore we have to tear down the entire building in order to forget. Like, man, people made buildings and we have to preserve them in order to remember history. And also, the building itself is beautiful. But all of the stuff inside could be taken elsewhere. Look at this mural. Mural? Is that what it's called? Tiling? Body bag mugging. Yeah. No, I mean... This game is made in Japan. And as we've seen from it being made in Japan, there just aren't that many children in this game. Because there aren't that many children in Japan. I think it's just tiling. I mean, yeah, maybe. And also they pulled in a rug, which I respect. Stupid, that stupid sexy tiling. Yeah, but like, but Arenvald is like, stupid tiling. Let's get rid of all of it, because I don't like it. Let's burn this stone. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes, as expected. She didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arenvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having a visions almost constantly, which is how the echo normally works. Oh, which is not how the echo normally works. I was like, why do you point that out then? Have you found something here that which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard pressed to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Well, I just happen to know that there was a guy just a moment ago in a cutscene with another guy I don't like at all, who would be the perfect person to ask for this, and his name is Nero, and he isn't related to the Roman Emperor. Oh, Magitech pod. More like Magitech Pog. Am I right, fellas? Haha, up top. All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant. Save that one, right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. Oh, imagine if they kidnapped me. That would have been pretty gnarly. Because allegedly I should have a lot of it, right? Or they could have, like, put a bunch of gods inside. The device in which Kyle was being seems more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding ports are marked by supply subject, while this one bears the label master subject. We actually prefer to use main nowadays. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant. Save that one right there. I just talked to you about this exact thing, but I talked to you directly instead of clicking on it. So I got to read something twice, and I hate reading. Oh, this is the so many bodies guy. So I have to go back and read so many bodies again. So many bodies. Yeah. A few show signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. Boing, 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 boing. Wait, does this mean that once they emptied them from all of these containers and put all of this ether out, they literally just left them here? That seems like very unorganized for such an organized kind of people as the Gallians. Damn it, nobody laughed at my amazing joke. I think it was really good that it's not called a master pod, it's called a main pod. The reason I think that's hilarious is because there's been a lot of like discussion inside the software world, because you have like the master branch, right? But we've decided that the idea of having a master branch sounds kind of weird. So instead we just have the main branch, so we can be more like PG and stuff. Like, personally, I don't think it really matters. The only difference is like having a master branch is more letters than having a main branch. And I feel like main is also more descriptive, so I don't mind changing to main because it just seems like a better word for it. However, when it comes to like microcontrollers, they still call it a... they're still... wait, is there still a discussion? I remember reading something about a discussion about it, where it's called like, you have the master controller and then you have the slave controller, and because you have a master-slave relationship, suddenly it got a little more wacky. And now this is gonna sound like really controversial, but I honestly think that like calling it master-slave is like a really good description of what it's supposed to do, right? But the problem is the damn Americans, right? They only for them those damn Americans, like slavery is a very modern thing, I suppose. It's part of their cultural trauma, so it's been part of. So it's not as far forgotten as it has been for the Europeans, where slavery was like it has meant something different for a very long time. Also because slaves were just treated differently, and it wasn't ethnicity based. And yeah, it's like a whole can of worms that is not worth opening, really. But I can't not open it because I was reminded of it. What do you? It really doesn't matter now about main and master. It's just signaling. I mean, yes, whenever you want to control the language that you use, it is definitely signaling. That's kind of how it works. But with something being signaling doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong, right? There are certain words that we try to avoid saying, because, especially in English, because they have a lot of trauma bound with them, and they are made specifically for putting other people down. Choosing not to use those words is signaling, but it's not necessarily bad, right? For Git, I've always heard it described as the master copy. What is it called in our? I think it's called main branch. That doesn't really have anything to do with slaves. It really doesn't. Is also kind of my take. But I feel like for me, like having a master branch is like a little less descriptive than having the main branch, because having the master branch or having the main, it means like I just find it a little more describing to have a main branch, because the main means that there are other branches, but this one is the main. Where the master branch makes it kind of sound like the master controls the other branches, which isn't the case. The other branches are merged into the master, thus updating the master, which isn't very master-esque. Where master comes from. Where does master come from? Master is like, it's old. So I don't really know. I think it's gotta be the same kind of place with the Danish word. But then there's master and mister, which makes me think like it's just a that it started out as a, what's it called, a just like a description of a male of high rank, right? I'm more thinking of it as the master copy that everything is branching out from. Yeah, yes, but that is what it is. That's why I'm saying like main just feels more descriptive than master, because the master doesn't. Master means control, right? Master means being more important and being more knowledgeable, but it also has that control aspect to it. But the master branch doesn't really control the other branches. Wait, now I remember what it's called. Not in that way, how the branch got its name. Man, I don't know how the branch got its name. I don't know why it's called a master branch, or was called a master branch. Anyway, I just remembered the branch, the master branch, the main branch that we use at work is called development branch. So, you know, dev. And that's the real right word, because you gotta push to dev always. No checks. Yeah. But no, I don't really know why. Like in Git, the history behind Git. So That's some reading material for me. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Ivory, shall we start with you? Also, I think it's only GitHub that has changed the default name. GitHub is also the most used one, so. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kyle and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. Maybe gives choice at install. Maybe. Not when you make repositories locally. Alright. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphon from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kyle, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide a model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kyle's echo. I believe so. That would explain our prisoner's present state. Kyle is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls, and there's a sentry at her door night and day if she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see the past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Isael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Resvel's past. Resvel? Is it Resvel? Or Resvel? Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind justice. Regardless, you can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to attend. That does not explain why she asked for execution. Because she asked for execution when we caught her. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Gollumald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're ready to convince the others to follow you, you must believe what you've been telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go! Bam. Give me quest completion. I go looking for answers about the echo and end up getting schooled by Roper and yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder that people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I always know that I couldn't convince the mob to give up and hope on authority and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going through the trouble of winning it back, he might he not want to stay? Yeah, that would be pretty neat. That way I have no... that way I will leave the Immortal Flames, because the only reason I ever was in that company was, one, it was my starting city, and two, Rauban is pretty cool, I guess. 'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life to build in Uldar and start again in the land of their birth. Meh. Ivory, a moment. I am newly returned from Uldar with a message from the Sultana. Oh, what crazy coincidence. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, she is a royal, so I have to do what she says. Well, I must away and attend other business. Until next time, my friends. Tally-ho! An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of our consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those. Alphino, but not everyone's comfortable interrogating the royalty as you, so take no notice of him, Ivory. Complete. Okay, so, you know, I'm getting this inkling feeling, this suspicion. Last time I talked to the Sultana in a patch quest, it didn't necessarily end that well for me. But then again, if I do it again, and I bring all of my friends, maybe not all of them will make it out, and that would be pretty neat. Oh, dude, River Bream, Dorman Tea, persimmon pudding. Is persimmon? Is that really the English word for it? And a silver piece, 2 silver pieces, which are worth 500 gil, which I always thought as gold pieces. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenwald? I am at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own task. I'll organize a squad to head down to the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. And send Dynamo my regards, Ivory. And ours too, if you please. We shall see if you and on your return. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Time to teleport. Oh, I haven't been back here in like a hot minute. I mean, since I started playing again, I have been back. But, you know, I feel like... Okay, well, I guess I am back. Damn, he just upped his muscle slider all the way. I respect it. Yeah, people watching. I like people watching. What a big old AoE. Damn. Damn. A corpse dancer. Hot damn. It sure as shit does feel laggy in here for some reason. Yeah, so... So I would say, having been just inside the other desert city, Uldar is actually round. Maybe that's a reason why they wanted to make the... Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Another moment, please. More moments. I require more moments. The Alamigan Quarter. More square, because this is just a big circle, and then inside the big circle there's this big building where all of everything is happening inside. Well, it's like a public... Actually, it is a kind of public building. Which makes sense, because if there's a lot of desert and it's very warm, it would be nice to be inside of a fairly cool building. And then making it, you know, public. And, like, for everyone to be around in. That's kind of neat. Alright, Mr. Man. Wait, where am I going? Wait, where am I going? Hosting strip. Merchant strip. I still can't find my way. Oh, no, get me back in here. I still can't find my way. Okay, so it's in here, and then up some stairs, and then up some stairs up there. Alright, alright, alright. I'm getting it. Okay. Sorry, I just had to restructure chat for a hot moment because it had scrolled up a little bit due to the weird lagginess. Oh, air balloon. Air balloon. Sorry, I'm taking a detour. This is not the air balloon. Oh, they're still down there. Nice, they didn't just despawn or something. Oh, it's because I can... It's not a loading screen. Okay, I see. I see. I'll reach ya. Oh, black and gold, then now we know it's getting serious. Let me walk on the gold part. Yeah, you have to replace this slightly sooner now. And that will go directly from the taxpayer dollars. Dollars? The taxpayer guild. You're expected, my lady. Please proceed. Bartholomew? Are you kidding me? Why is she sitting on a chair not built for her size?
Thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
Yes, I have. Okay, shut. Let me move this
thing. The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future.
Oh, it was just a crazy coincidence.
All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo.
Yep.
And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Another adventure! Does she have any combat levels?
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Okay, I was about to say, like, I have summoned you all the way from the other side of the world because I really want to tell you that it's Rauban's choice to decide where he goes. I'm like, why am I relevant? Why did you talk to me? You could have not talked to me, and we would both have been happier. Bonk. But instead, I guess I'll just have to go on a quest. Like, okay, hold on. Why is Uldar the best starting location, actually? Because having closer ties to Uldar means not having as close a tie to Gridania and to... Give me a moment. Limsa Lominsa. And nothing happens in Limsa Lominsa or Gridania. Nothing of any import. Like, the maximum is the council held some council meetings around the council area. Get your stupid stick and your stupid baggy pants somewhere else. Yeah. But Uldar has been like very relevant this entire expansion, and the last expansion, none of the other city-states rather were relevant, except for Uldar actually, because what happened in Uldar was what kicked off the entire other Heavensward expansion. Like, I'm not saying that I like Uldar more than any of the other areas, because, to be perfectly honest, I don't really like the design of all of these buildings that much, but it is just more plot relevant, and this lady is naked. I'll just turn. Perchance you remember Lilir, the merchant's daughter. This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. I am non-verbal. I'm like a terrible advisor. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is stone's throw, just at the gate of Nald. Yeah, it's just a stone's throw away. Ha, 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 ha. And this is like where I also gained my first level, I think. Hold on, let me look at it. Yeah, isn't this the place? It's either here or Steps of, or it's Western Thanalan. No, I'm pretty sure it's... I'm pretty sure it was here, like this is where I gained my first set of levels. Yeah, because that's the big tortoise, I remember this one. So, I was a monk back then. Oh. Yeah. So... Yeah, so again, what I'm saying is we're at a... It's like a nostalgia kind of thing, right? I'm getting some nostalgia flashbacks. Because I started here, right? As the monk who went around and beat up this fucking shrew-looking raccoon thing. And this big tortoise, it was level 12, so I couldn't beat it. So I had to like try and kite it, and then it killed me. And that like, that gives this quest something extra, I think. Well, I guess I have run around doing quests in Limsa a bit. Running back and forth. There is a lot of running back and forth. But maybe it was class quests. I don't quite remember. Look upon the procession of tattered tents. These refugee camps in squalor at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Uldar. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity. Yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. I would just like to say yes, but that's not it. Like, both of these mean the same thing. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. See, and my thought is... Hey, motherfuckers. Your homeland is free, you don't... Like, it's not necessarily that I'm like, oh, refugees, get out of the country. Wah. It's more like... You don't have to live in a tattered fucking shitty tent. You could go back and like build an actual home. That sounds pretty good to me. NGL. That's short for not gonna lie. To all of those who don't know what an abbreviation is. Or as I like to call them, an ABB. Okay, the Sultana strings. It's up there. Oh yeah, I can fly. I forgot. I've been so used to not flying. Okay, I guess I can't fly. Stupid game. I pressed R again. R for automatic running. Oh, there she is. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in Eastern Thanalan when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. I really like to imagine that they just got randomly crushed by rocks. Rauban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth, assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even in my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, capitalists. We could only have brought their hirelings to justice. What a cheerful thought. I hope that wasn't long ago that you wrote that. I've been kind of distracted. Oh, the cheerful thought that people could go the fuck home, or the cheerful thought that royalty can also be crushed by big rocks. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivete. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarist's damnable games. Forgive me of my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Uldar and visit the Colosseum. That was a very short outing. I feel like we could have seen more. It's like literally just a tiny bit of the area that she rules. Bo, 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 bo. And also a thing, though it isn't really relevant. See, we have a refugee camp worth of like a handful of tents. But they could be like closer to the railway station. I don't know. Also, there is wood, and they've been here for 20 years. They could like have built actual buildings. Like I guess I am kind of refugee shaming here, but like, build a house, man. So you don't have to buy a house because Uldar is apparently hella expensive. Damn, I know that feeling. But oh, she's still here, but she's moved. She's no longer AFK. Okay, where am I going? Going here. Damn, you can use the internal Ethernet work thing to like teleport. That's crazy, man. Damn, I'm crazy. Alright, what about the Colosseum? From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Rauban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for such obvious injustice, and I demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring, which had arranged for Rauban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention... Damn, I love capitalism. My intervention meant that Rauban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But, you know, Rauban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting in the Blood Sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat of the syndicate. And then I had my blade. Oh, fuck, she's talking to me. These are not sands. These are very much stones. Ah, this is back when he had, like, 2 hands. Why did he drop his shield? It literally just saved you. I was disproven he did only have 1 sword. What? Wait, no, he has another sword. No, I was right. What are they cheering? Rah, 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 rah. I love it.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
Oh, the...
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Sham. Raban!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar, and so, as tradition dictates, Rauban Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
Damn, she felt so much like a child in that flashback. Which, I mean, I suppose she was supposed to also be. Kind of, because she was supposed to be very naive. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan, Papa Pran. Love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants, of course. Rauban, with the authority of the syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. Alright, give me some food. Oh, give me some money then. Money. Nanamo seems lost in thoughts of the past. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arsanath Ossuary. Damn, I just butchered that pronunciation, and I am proud of it. Is it here? Steps of Nald? Where am I going? Oh, I am going the right place. Wait, I'm going to the Thaumaturge Guild. I have been here a few times, being a black mage and all. It has 2 towers. Oh, I didn't notice. Sorry, I just admired the length of that person. When the calamity threatened, Rauban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartino, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis would have the power to arouse the 12. Since that day I have made a custom of visiting the shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflecting upon my choices and asking myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. It can't be 100. I must be the same way. I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Uldar. I have chosen my path, Ivory. With Alamigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Yeah, kick them out of the country. Already many displaced Alamigans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have created a center in Rwanda where I will send them to be processed. I have made a small contribution, an artisan school of Ralgros Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Uldan treasury shall provide. And now that she's giving out money, we are gonna get executed again. Woo! Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Might you ask the member of the syndicate for advice? Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? Why not remain non-verbal? Nothing. If even one of your worldly experiences is at a loss, it would seem I have no choice but to seek out someone more well-versed in monetary matters. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbird Manderville? Okay, I guess I am. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the gold saucer. Oh. Godbird should be only too glad to receive us. All of these characters have the same clothes. And by all, I mean both. And by both, I mean there are 3 of them. And it's not this one. And now there's only 2, and now only one of them has... yeah, I ruined it. Oh my goodness, I have to go in again. There's an Ethernet shard. I don't want to do this. Wait. Okay, I think it was around this place. It seems almost right. Wellhead. Oh, it's at the lift. Where's the frickin' lift at? Where the fucking lift at? The goblet? Wait, that's the... Isn't that the Manderville place? No, that's the living area. No, that's outside. Oh my god, where am I? On this god-forsaken map. Okay, so if I walk over here... then it's not here, it's upstairs. And that's not upstairs. I need to get to the hustler strip. Okay. And then once I'm at the hustlers, then that's probably where the elevator is. Okay. Now that we're at the hustler strip, it's... ah, there it is. The well-headed lift. Okay. LOL. Lolo. Where was it? Was it the airship landing? It is... what? Airship landing, yes. I wouldn't want to take the wrong elevator, because once I take the wrong elevator, then there will be 2 additional choices afterwards, because I don't remember this is the hustler strip. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. A blithesome businesswoman. Nice alliteration. A casual match. This doesn't feel like the right place to go. A Gold Saucer ticket, please. I only have bad memories of this place. And everything I'm looking at makes me wince. Oh, I hate whimsy. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. Oh my god, do not show the Sultana gacha games. Oh my god, I hate this place. How do I get anywhere? So I guess it's like up the Rainbow Road? Oh, sorry. Oh wait, no, I can't go up the Rainbow Road. So I have to take the regular road, also called stairs. Oh, now I'm hiccuping again. This is the worst fate that can befall anyone. Oh, I'm struggling. Raymano. Oh, there she is. Nanamo. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Mandeville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? Oh, jeez, you don't have to phrase it like that. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the intemperate Ivory, Salix Alba, and the Sultana herself come calling... Bro, I barely know who you are. There is no more important engagement. As to the purposes of my visit, it would have your thoughts of how Crown might best aid refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I'm sure, that the many Alamegans, displaced sons and daughters, long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use your nation's wealth, to spare them that suffering. What advice would you have in the matter of it might be best distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion I shall give you one. My advice is stop taxing Uldar's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most empathetically, I agree with your grace that refugees must have housing and employment. But what profit is there for Uldar in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Albania's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, your grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. Appreciation. I don't know, I didn't read it. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it to expect it. My man, you own a casino. And then we must I don't know why asking the guy who owns a casino for monetary assistance would be any kind of good idea. And then we must consider Uldar's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of your spending the nation's coin not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. If only I wasn't fucking nonverbal, I could just tell the Sultana that we literally just unveiled a massive treasure trove of a hoard underneath Alamigo, so we could just, like, use that to get all of the refugees in, right? Right? And also we just kicked out all of the Imperials, so there should be more room to go around. But that's not her money. No, I know it's not her money, it's Alamigo's money, which means it makes more sense for them to use it for the Alamigan citizens who are displaced. Surely not your grace's intentions to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed, then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldar. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far better, more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor. Great, now get the fuck out of here. Man, that man has thighs. Holy shit. I just noticed that as it was fading away. Nanamo appears to be reassessing her plans. Oh, it's 22 already. Okay, I think we'll finish this quest and then call that quits for the quitting. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind, but standing about lamenting my naivete will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Ivory, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. No, I don't know anyone. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldena. No! 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 Don't, not the British! Trust any agent of... Maybe I shouldn't be yelling. It's around bedtime in the apartment block. East Aldernot Trading. If you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane to speak with him on my behalf. You know, that's pretty expensive, actually. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Just teleport, Lamau. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetherite in Uldar. A fair journey to your ivory, and a swift one, if you please. God, I don't know what's worse, a casino or a Brit. Okay, you know what? At least I'll teleport there and we'll call it quits for the day. Alright. Back in this dumb place. Oh. Wait, so you're telling me that there is a way to get up there? What the shit? How in the world? So now jog is activated. Hold on. Okay. So step. Ooh, jumping puzzle. Ooh, I'm bad at these. Ooh, I failed. Okay, so I have a feeling that I need to get higher up to get to that vista. Oh, but then I have to run all the way around. Okay, well, it has become a jumping puzzle stream. And by jumping puzzle, I mean I'll be falling mostly. Whoa. Shit. Because, you know, whenever you jump, you also fall. And that's just, it's part of the journey. And in order to climb, because you jump, oh boy. Because when you jump and you fall, in order to get up, you go down, because when you jump, there's also a fall and more potential energy because you're higher up, and then, you know, there's a more fall, and then when it's fall, and then after fall it becomes winter, and then after winter it becomes spring. And you know, the thing about spring is when you spring, you jump up. This piece of shit, this piece of garbage, I hate those people. And the thing about spring is, because when you spring up, oh goodness, how am I supposed? Okay, I'll just, yeah, so I can't do that. So when you, okay, so you spring, and then when you spring up, then it becomes summer, and then after summer, then you fall again. All right, and that's my philosophy. That's Japanese philosophy, and it's not only because we're in Hiragana. Okay, someone. Okay. Fuck. So, and the thing is, the thing about Japanese philosophy, right, is, damn, that was a big explosion. That's probably a Nier Automata thing. Fuck. Is that, what are they called again? Haiku. I almost called them kaiju. A kaiju is something different from a haiku. Fun fact. God, this must be painful to watch. And I relish in other people's pain, so, you know. The less we get, I don't get that job. The less we get, and the longer it takes, the more you will sustain me. See, that doesn't feel right. It feels like that's not the way it's supposed to go. And then I'm supposed to like, what, be all the way on the outside and then jump? So, run, jump, like that? That seems impossible. Okay, and then I have to do this jump. Is this a sprint jump? Or is it a peloton jump? Well, there's only one way to find out. Activate sprint. Haha! Well, not like that. Maybe there's more jumping. More jumping puzzle. Right, a kaiju, but in haiku form, is about like there's the whole, it's about how many syllables there are, right? And then after the syllable part, because it's like, I don't know, 535 or some dumb shit, where you have to like fit the syllables to be, what the fuck? You have to fit the syllables in, and that kind of makes sense in the Japanese system, because all of the words are essentially just a wacky set of syllables. Okay, where's more jumping? Is there more jumping? Can I go inside? I want to go inside. And then up here? No, that's not something. Ah, there it is. There's the more jumping. God. Oh, I hate jumping puzzles, man. Unless it's the entire game. Unless that game is like Mario or something. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're almost somewhere. We're not at all where we're supposed to be. Holy shit. Okay, so jump, so further up still to make the jump. Okay, so we have a jumping boy here and another jumping stick. Okay, so what's it called? It's the interlocking designs that the Japanese are so good at when it comes to wood. Sheesh. When it comes to wood buildings and wood making. And this, you know, the jumping puzzle part of Japanese design is often not very, very well studied by the West. Instead, we focus on the Greek style of jumping puzzles, where you say you're going to build another floor of your house, but instead of building it, you're just saying, no, it's still under construction. Please trust me, I need to get tax benefits. And then you pay less taxes. And then you ruin the entire euro. Thank you, Greece. One would think that you have paid for your sins, but you are still Greek. So that is what we call an inherited sin, and you will have to live with it for the rest of existence. There you go. That is just what it is, what it means to be Greek. Especially because, you know, the Greeks, whenever they or the Italians for that matter, whenever they have to, like, whenever they feel like they aren't cool enough, they have to be like, oh, but you know, we were cool when your ancestors lived in mud huts, and my answer is, yeah, well, why do you still live in? Why have you returned to living in mud huts then? Because like. Well, now I'm just shitting on. Ouchies. Now I'm just shitting all over the Greek and Italian worlds. But like, they started it in this fictive scenario that I'm conjuring. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, jumping stream. Whoa. Oh my god, I have to get around that. Oh boy, this is gonna go very wrong. Whoop. It went very right because I'm goated. And now I'm gonna do something stupid. Yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got in this situation. That's right, I did something stupid. Is this salvageable? Hell yeah. I don't know where I am. Oh, he ran that way. Oh. Okay. No. Well, this, on the other hand, does not seem salvageable. Ah. Okay, I mean... Isn't this way more entertaining than completing quests? Let's be honest. I could be talking to a Brit right now, but instead I'm climbing a tower. This is way better, actually. What? Whoa. Whoa. Fuck. Whoop. Whoop. Whoop up. Whoop up. Whoop up. Whoop up. Whoop up. Ah, shit. The camera is really not on my side here. And also the spacebar. And the sun is in my eyes, and the wind is against me, and also gangrene. That's not the kind of green that this is. It's just a disease, and I have nothing to do with the disease. Oh, whew. Okay, not gonna lie. If I lived in this town, I would also kind of get tired of the foreigners jumping all over my tower. Oh, why are they jumping onto this tower? Oh, they want to get to the top of the lamppost. Why don't they just, you know, get a ladder? That is a good question. We choose to not get the ladder, because that would be too easy. Not saying that this isn't easy. This is actually the easiest thing I've ever done. Okay, I think I need to be lowered down. Okay, not that way. Not that kind of lower down. I meant lower down as in when I jump from that building part. There's like 2 ways of jumping speed, and I just don't get it. Is it because when you begin accelerating, you can get like a different amount of speed? I always thought of it as like, there's either full speed or not full speed. Wait, where am I going? Ah, right here. Here. And then up here. And then here. And then jumping 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 there. And then jumping there. And then a high-speed jump there. And then a low-speed jump there. And then a high-speed jump there. Okay, I needed a higher speed. Or maybe jumping later. Ah, asymmetrical. How do they light this up? Man. Neo Tokyo and Neo Neon. Or it's, well, it's actually old neon. What is the opposite of Neo? There should be an Oldo, right? Oldio. Instead of Neo, it's an Odo. Oh. Go ever higher. And a hop. And a skip. And a jump. Whoop. Hoopla. Okay. I did not build up speed there. Ye old? I mean, I guess. Ye old neon. But then the issue is I don't want neon. Oh my god, I'm only up here. Well, you know, such is life. Such is life when you're bad at games. God damn it. Whoop. Yep. It is what it is. I would say that it's frustrating, but it's like it's a mix of therapeutic and just a little annoying, I guess. Which is, you know, the perfect recipe for like I don't know, not wanting to play the game anymore, I guess. But now I've started, I feel like I have to make someone suffer. And if it's not me, then it's gotta be you. But I also have to go to bed at some point. Well, I have 45 minutes to do this. And I think I can do it in 45 minutes. Well, at least I think I can do something in 45 minutes. God, how far up is it? Oh boy. Well, it's almost the end, isn't it? Yeah, it's just like... It's just this crazy jump and then... No, it's up... Jump from here and up to there. And then up there and then there and then... And then what? I can't jump up there, can I? And then there and then there. God, that jump is gonna be so great, because when I miss this jump, I'm just gonna fall all the way down. Okay, that's a full jump, and that's not a full jump. And this is just a straight jump? No, 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 no. I have to do a jump here, and then I jump here. I think, and then up here. And then I fail this jump, yes. Every time. Okay, so the issue is I keep hitting the I hit the edge, like the corner. So I have to consider a way around the corner. Like but there's not a lot of these, so I haven't got a lot of practice on it, because this is just straight jumps. So if I jump like this, yes, 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 and then like this, yes, and I hit the corner, and then I have to jump straight over there. But I can't see what's going on, so that's exciting. Alrighty. And then up here. Am I supposed to make that jump? That seems more than a little difficult, no? Can I... Okay, if I jump straight up. Okay, in theory I should be able to make it, no? Okay. That looks like a hard jump. Especially because it looks like I'm gonna bonk my head on this guy. So I have to... Is there a way... No, I think I just have to accept that that is a possibility. And I'm gonna live with the consequences if I fuck this up. Yeah. Oh boy. That was almost very spooky. It was actually very spooky. My heart is racing. Guys, my heart is actually racing. I'm so scared. Hey, someone wrote something. Oh, it's something that's not important. I was probably just mentioned in a meme channel that I'm part of. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I haven't failed in so long. It feels like it feels like I have to fail soon. Okay, and then I have to make that jump, right? What is that stick for then? Okay, I'm just gonna have a proper walk around to see if there is an easy jump to make. Can I? Okay, good. No, no, there's only the hard version. Everything is hard. I have to make that jump? No, that can't be right. Man. Can I make? Yes, I can make it. But then I have to avoid bonking my head. How do I avoid the bonking? Oh, it's because I have to go around this? Okay. Good thing I didn't just go for it. Okay, time to fall all the way down. Oh boy. What? Fuck. I have never been this sad and disappointed in my life. Okay, well, in a way, it's a lot like Dark Souls. Whenever it feels like you're about to win and do really good, then you are humbled. And, well, I feel like my entire experience there was being humble. Shit. But, you know, at some point, that's also the thing about Dark Souls, is at some point challenge becomes routine. So, when something becomes exceptionally difficult, then over time, it's fuck me. Oh, that was even further down. So when challenge becomes routine, it something, and then you become good at stuff, right? So you live your life, and throughout your life, you are going to run into a bunch of challenges. But most of the challenges, or rather not most, but many of the challenges you're going to run into are the types of everyday challenges that many regular people face every single day. And those are the types of challenges that become routine over time. Such as, you know, being near other people. That's a challenge. And then, you know, over time, that just becomes routine. And there's gotta be, like, other good examples. Usually it's, like, work-related, but work is boring. It could be hobby-related. So, like, if you have a hobby and there's a really difficult part of the hobby, right? Oh, playing an instrument. That's a really good example. Thank you for not giving me that, chat. And, like, over time, in the beginning, just say it's a guitar or whatever, or a piano. In the beginning, the difficult part is figuring out where your fingers are in relation to the keys. And then... Sorry, I just... Oh, what the... Stupid invisible walls. And in the beginning, it's like the difficult part is where are the strings and where are the keys. And then once you feel like maybe not mastered, but once you feel a little more comfortable with it, you begin wondering what does this note mean? This note looks really strange. I need to read this note in order to produce a sound. Oh boy, that almost went fairly wrong. And then once you are able to read the notes, and you can read the note and translate that into a sound, and then the accords begin, and the composition and the symphony, and at some point you wonder why was this jumping puzzle ever so difficult? And that's kind of what I'm aiming for. I have an anecdote about, like, jumping puzzles, because my younger brother, who lived with my dad is like, he's not Amish, because it's just something I like to say, but it's not what he actually is. He's just really old school. He's not a fan of technology and stuff. So I convinced them to, because I didn't live with my dad, I lived with my mum. I convinced them to let my younger brother try Minecraft. And at this point I had a debit card, right? So I was like, okay, so the way you buy Minecraft is you don't get a physical disc, like traditionally, because this was the far future of, like, 2010 or something. And in... and then... sorry. I was just thrown off the roof. And then and then, and then, and then. Okay. Sorry, very focused here. And also running out of the focus juice. God, I keep fucking up that jump. Yeah, so I bought the where was I in the story? So at this point, it was very atypical to buy stuff on the internet, and whenever there were talks about like, oh, you can buy this and that on the internet, everyone was like, no, that's a scam. Why would you buy anything on the internet when you can get it at a store where you can actually see the product, but you can't see the product when it's online. So that was a lot of the issue with like buying stuff online back in the day. And I was like, no. I have already bought Minecraft, so I've already been scammed. See, it's not dangerous. And now I will buy this video game for my younger brother. And they were like, oh, well, if I don't want you to take this risk, and if you are willing to take this risk, then I will trust you, said my my brother's mother, was my stepmom. And okay. Ah, no collision. Okay. I guess they do have heart. Oh, I'm gonna fuck this jump up. That's gonna be so fun. Okay. No, I made it. Okay. Hello? Yeah, and so, I wasn't standing on anything. Slash look out. Beautiful. This wasn't actually why I went up here, it was to get the one at the... that one. Yeah, so I'm just gonna finish the story real quick. I bought my younger brother Minecraft, even though my stepmom was like, no, I will buy the game because this is a level of responsibility that I am willing to. But I was like, listen, this game is fine. It's not dangerous. It won't make my younger brother violent. It's gonna be a lovely experience. And then when he booted up the game for the first time, it wasn't the first time he'd ever played a video game, but it was the first time he'd play a non-Flash game video game. How wrong you were. Yeah. Minecraft really leads into some strange places, like erotic roleplay. And now he plays Total War Warhammer, so like, I failed. I also played Total War Warhammer. No, he played a lot of Team Fortress 2 also, which is strange because it was after the golden years of Team Fortress 2. Streaming? No one who plays Minecraft would ever stream it or make videos of it. That's ridiculous. But when he first played it, I have vivid memories of how when he was sitting in his chair and he was so excited to play it, and then he had to look around. It's a first-person game, so let me bam. So like this, he was like, whoa, whenever he looked around at anything. And then when he jumped, he pressed space bar, of course, and he was like so careful about it. So he like lifted his he didn't just rest his thumb on the spacebar and then press it down. He like lifted his thumb and he lifted his whole hand above the keyboard and then he pressed it with like either it was his thumb or it was his index finger and middle finger. And when he did so, his entire body jumped out of the seat. It is a lovely memory that I still treasure to this day. It was a very nice experience I had with my younger brother then. Yeah, and unfortunately he's the kind of guy who plays a video game until he becomes really good at it. So he becomes a master or an achiever type gamer, and you know, I ain't about that life. As you can clearly see from how I just mismanaged all of the jumps. Okay, so I have to make it to here. Is it a sprint jump? Oh no. Oh god. This is gonna be painful when I miss it. It is a sprint jump. Okay, good thing you warned me. Okay, so that means I will then press sprint, and now I'm not used to this amount of speed, so I will just I just fucking shit myself. Oh. Okay, so I will not be used to the amount of speed I have, so I will press space too late and I will just fall. Yeah? Yeah. And not from the end? What? What do you mean not from the end? Not jump from the end? It's a sprint, not from the end. What is the end? Running start to there. That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean running start to there? Running start from here? It feels like if I run here, like run from up here, I'm going to like fall a little bit due to the slope and the steepness. So I feel like this is the right place to start, and then this is the right place to jump from. This is my guess. Basically jump from where you were standing. I have been standing many places. You can't just say from where you were standing. What, jump from here? Or here? Or, and then with a full sprint start? What do you mean? What do you mean? None of what you're saying makes any sense. Okay, so... Okay, let's get some terminology. So, near the roof thing. What the fuck do you mean near the roof? This is a roof. Okay, hold on. Let's get some terminology. We have the golden doodad. Alright, alright. The golden doodad is placed right here. We have this. This is before the golden doodad. And this is after the golden doodad. Alright? So, when you say sprint, right? I get sprint, we have here. Okay, before... What? So we have before the golden doodad is where I start the sprint? Or is where I jump from? Or should I jump from the golden doodad? Before the golden doodad is where you jump. Alright. And then I have to build up momentum, which should be done from here. And that's all there is to it. So jump here. Bam. I think I can fuck that up. Okay, and it's lined up imperfectly. Beautiful. Sprint, jump. Goodness gracious. I can't believe you did it for me. Slash. Look out. Absolutely beautiful. /Sid. Now this is the most excited I've been in Final Fantasy for multiple expansions. And seeing as there has only been 2 expansions, it's just that simple. Alright, good. Oh, my heart, my soul. Woo, woo. Oh. Actually jumping out of my chest. See, my heart has been doing the exact same jumps that I've been doing. So, it's also been falling a lot. So that was what I was talking about like, you have the spring and then the winter and then the fall, but in the opposite order. So you have the summer, and then, no, you have the winter, and then you have the spring where you jump up, and then you have the summer, and then you have the fall where you fall down. This was me. This was it. It was the thing. Ooh. Ooh. And I think that's all I can take. I don't think I'm in the right frame of mind to speak with someone from the British trading company. So I think this is gonna be it. I think this is gonna be the end of the stream. I did it before 45 minutes elapsed. In fact, it was only 20 minutes. It was only 23 minutes. So good game. And thank you all for joining. And see you next time. Thank me for the stream. You better. Oh, goodness. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Bye-bye. And bye-bye to you all. And have a great evening. And if you're watching the VOD, don't Freudian slip me. The VOD. Yeah, that one. Sorry, my brain is like completely gone. Yeah, if you're watching the VOD and you're thinking, wowzers, then I'm like, why are you watching the VOD? And especially until this point, I mean, maybe it's like an YouTube audio autoplay thing, and you're using it as some kind of ASMR. In which case, I'm sorry, I'm not that good at ASMR because I don't get it. It's just not. I don't have the ASMR gene. No. Instead, you just randomly fell upon this, and then 4 hours of your REM sleep have been 4 hours and 37 minutes of your REM sleep has been taken up by this garbage. So I guess I can say thank you for the view, and enjoy the rest of your sleep, unless you woke up to this, in which case, I mean, get fucked. There's not much else to it or about it. And that has been my outro. That has been my stream. That is the link to the Discord. And to all, have a good night. And now I'm gonna press